Yikes on spikes, everybody. Hi. We're here. We're queer. We're ready to F this S up. Strem, indeed, Strem. It's been 1 week since you looked at me. Got my water filled up. Gotta screw the top back on. Lux with the man bun, true. Yeah, I guess kind of. This is like I'm trying to preserve my curly hair from yesterday bun. I put my hair up in a claw clip overnight. When I styled my hair yesterday, and by styled I mean I put gel in it while it was still wet, so that my curls would not pull themselves straight. And yeah, and then I put my hair. I kind of like smush it onto the top of my head, and then I put in a claw clip. And but then my partner and I went shooting this morning. I am an amateur. There is something in the air right there. Get out of there. I am an amateur archer now. I mean, I've been an amateur archer for literally my entire life, but now I am like, we go shooting like once a week or so since my birthday in March. So, yes, I was like, I need to do something other than this claw clip thing in order to keep my hair contained for the duration of trying to shoot some arrows. I have a crossbow. It's a 50-pound pull and just shoots little neon darts. Oh, that's cool. It's crazy how a relatively small crossbow has so much weight behind it. Like, like my bow that I pull is 20 pounds. So if you just have a little crossbow and it shoots 50 pounds, like, damn. I was watching some videos about medieval weaponry and medieval peasant life and stuff, like all kinds of stuff like that. Basically all day yesterday. I just spent my entire day yesterday crocheting, adding on to this monstrosity that I have. Um, I have goofed it up several times, but now I think I finally have gotten it non-goofed. So there it is. It's starting to take form. Anyway, I spent literally my entire day yesterday working on that, and also just watching these medieval videos. But I saw this dude, and he had a crossbow that he said was 1,000-pound draw weight crossbow, which is, I mean, it was like about that. It was like about this wide, as far as the bow part in the front. And he was like, "That's 1,000 pounds," and I was like, "Holy shit!" And it kind of recontextualized for me a little bit the crossbow that Joffrey has in Game of Thrones, because it's actually a little bit bigger than the one that this guy had in his video. So someone equipped this 17-year-old with like a more than 1,000-pound crossbow, and like the threat of the amount of force behind that is insane. Like, so that crossbow is a lot scarier to me now. I mean, obviously it's a big crossbow, it's like scary, but yeah, it's even more scary to me now that I know that it's probably like a 1,500-pound crossbow. Do they need special equipment to load this crossbow? Yeah, so they have like I think it's called a windlass. It's like a metal part that has two hooks like this, and they kind of hook under the crossbow string when it's, been shot. And then you kind of like basically like winch it up. It's really interesting and kind of, yeah, windlass. Yeah, they're hard to use apparently. But yeah, they do. You have to, and so it takes like a full 30 seconds to a minute to redo your crossbow. So yeah, they're not very efficient weapons in that regard. And also apparently like the shooting force is so intense that the crossbows themselves are subject to a lot of damage and potential failure. So like the crossbows themselves needed to be very actively maintained, or they would basically like potentially explode in your hand, and you would just like, there's no particular record of like how long a crossbow like that would have lasted, but just based on the sheer forces going through and the materials that were available to them at the time, they probably just like they probably were a one battle type of weapon, whereas your bow, tends to last a little bit longer. Was it a recurved crossbow? It was not. The one that I saw was just a regular, like, this kind. I hate the words wind and wind. Okay. Just catching up a little bit on the chat. Welcome in, everybody. Kitty Tick here. Is it Pira earlier? Just said testing. Half a ton of tension being released suddenly in my hands while I'm aiming does sound like a great way to get ye old purple heart. Listen, yeah, so crossbows, they could really seriously put a lot of force into one point. And they have a lot of other shortcomings. Yeah, heavy crossbows suffer similarly to railguns in that they tear the containment sections apart after a dozen or so fires. Like, the string itself will start to fray after not very much use. The channel that I was watching, he calls it, what does he call it? It's like practical archaeology or something like that is the term that he used. Because sometimes they're reading about stuff and they're like, okay, this saddle fit like this. Or like, you know, we assume that people must have ridden with their sword on their belt. So like, let's do some practical interactions with horses now and, you know, take the style of saddle that they had at such and such century and go ahead and like ride around with the sword on your belt and like see what the shortcomings are and try to hypothesize what are some like different positions that might have made more sense. So it's kind of, you know, we don't necessarily have record of everything, but if you take the bits and pieces and put them together, you can surmise what might have been like so normal and taken for granted that nobody ever bothered to write it down. So I've been having a lot of fun with that. This is what I do in my free time. You guys, sometimes y'all are like, oh, have you watched such and such political video from so-and-so political streamer? And I'm like, no. In fact, I was watching dumb stuff that doesn't matter at all. I'm like, Good Mythical Morning, Mythical Kitchen, random videos from people talking about, I mean, frankly, a lot of it's food. But, yeah, just videos about medieval life. This is what I'm interested in. Should I unleash the hair, or do we like the bun? I don't know. I can't decide. I feel like if I take the bun out, it makes the hair in the back of my head look a lot less weird. Reclaim the crossbow from Ted Nugent. So it's not that the frame shatters in one shot, per se, but that, like, it will shatter. Like, if the string snaps, it's like the string snapping and then it, like, not firing correctly and, like, a huge amount of forces involved creates, like, an explosive force right there at the point of action with the crossbow. So, yeah, I mean, if you made one and then you didn't have a battle for a really long time, or if you only needed to use it to shoot one or two people instead of like a full-scale battle, then yeah, sure, they would have lasted longer. But we're like talking about, I was looking at a 1,000-pound bow that was made with today's materials, which like technology and engineering only gets better on these weapons. And it was like, okay, so this one that's like made after the medieval style but with modern materials is experiencing this amount of wear in this short amount of time. JLO? I don't know what this is about. I am very much ready for a fresh buzz on the sides. It's just really kind of difficult for me to do it, and I also am really terrible about asking for help with things, so that's where we're stuck right now. Eventually, I will get long enough that I'm frustrated enough to do it myself. Ugh. Nice, Mersh. Good to hear. Going on dates, y'all. Hello, friends taste good in the chat. Welcome in. Yeah, of course, there are limits on how far any technology can be taken. Oh, there's something going on with Jennifer Lopez? I had not heard this. Yes, I know who you are. I just was like, I generally try to say the name of the name that you have in each chat. Like any person. I'm like, okay, if your name is such and such here, even though I know Neurotic Anarchy as Neurotic Anarchy, their name in here is Neurotic Canary, so I will probably switch to saying that. Do you ever wonder how humans got here? Like when we were evolving, was it hallucinogens that got us here or something else? I guess I was on board with your question for the first half. You had him in the first half, Cotton. Um, like, what do you mean we got here? Do you mean like how humans developed sentience, or do you mean how humans ended up being the dominant ape on this planet? Like, what do you mean? You can call me gay fesh or fesh, but don't call me late for dinner. Oh, Katie Tick, that's really sweet. Wanted to shout out how much you've been a wonderful part of my life the last few years. Been watching Pretty Solid since 2020, and it's one of the highlights of these past few years. Really love being part of the community and watching it grow. My wife brought me in. She's been watching since you were back in the, uh, since back in college. She was part of the pre 10K crowd. Oh my gosh. Well, shout out to both of you. I really appreciate you being here. Like y'all, the community and the channel and stuff wouldn't exist without there being a bunch of wonderful individuals in the community. You know, like I'm glad that I'm serving as the like place for that to happen. But like it's really cool that you all are part of, you know, like this bigger thing. And like especially now because we're going to be seeing increasing necessity for mutual aid. Hit like on the video for mutual aid. There's only like half as many likes as there are people watching right now. Yeah, back in the 90s, I was in an unsuccessful TV show. There's a theory that we didn't start growing grains for bread, but because we really wanted beer. You know, I'm not gonna guess how we got sentience. I mean, so here's my thing. I think that we are not as special as we think we are when it comes to having like a sense of sentience. Like other animals don't necessarily have like the practical science required in order to understand like their place in the universe, but they can understand their place, you know, in a system. Like could you look at the behavior of orcas and determine that they are not sentient? Like I just they clearly like so many animals have a sense of self and a sense of understanding, like passing the mirror test and stuff like that. So, you know, I don't really think that human beings are special or that we have some quality that other animals aren't, like that other animals don't have, or that other animals are incapable of having potentially. Forms of our consciousness and spirituality have been influenced by hallucinogens, but they did not make us into what we are today. Yeah, honestly, if we had interacted more with them as a overall society instead of only listening to the leaders, yeah. So I will say, I guess like hallucinogen is one thing, but you know, like someone was saying in the YouTube chat, we do make beer and we put like effort into that, and there's like a whole industry around winemaking, and it's not like a newfangled thing. Winemaking is an ancient practice, and other species do that as well, you know? Not necessarily with all this intentionality that we put into it and all the refinement and all this, but other animals, like dolphins, they seek out pufferfish and they bop them around with their noses until the pufferfish spike out, and it gives them a small dose of hallucinogenic whatever that's in the pufferfish that is like deadly to us, I think, but it's a fun time for a dolphin. So, yeah, I mean, like, obviously that has had a pretty heavy influence on our species. Elephants make wine and beer in their trunks. I don't disbelieve you. They have graveyards. Okay, that I'm really, really, really not surprised by. But I am surprised to learn that they make beer and wine in their trunks. Oh my god, there are a lot of articles about this. Hello, Donuumayo, whoa! At one point, there were 6 hominid species on this planet, but we outcompeted the rest of them mainly from a lower calorie need because we shed muscle mass very easily compared to other species. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. If we just simply could get by with fewer calories. Because if you think about it, the the history of food, and looking at the global population, the global population was relatively steady for a long time, and it's kind of risen exponentially. So it's not, it's like the food supply increased and that allowed for population growth. It wasn't the other way around. It wasn't like the population started to grow. I mean, I guess to some extent, the population is always trying to grow, and so therefore we're trying to innovate. But the advent of industrialized agriculture is pretty much the thing that has made it possible for human population to thrive. Before, we were, foraging, maybe doing hunting, maybe doing some small amount of agriculture. Maybe people had a garden on their land, but not necessarily 90% of people, or 85% of people, used to have the profession farmer. Literally 80% to 90% of people in various, if you look back at the medieval age, for example, and then something shifts. Yeah, modern farming technologies and innovations with fertilizer. If elephants can paint, let them cook. True. Yeah, it was in the early 1900s when we had engines to pull the equipment. So it kind of makes sense, throughout history. And our brains consume so many calories. That's the other thing. We were in an evolutionary arms race with other hominids of strategizing and being able to build tools and improve those tools. And so it makes sense to me that if one group, had a lower overall caloric need in the midst of all that going on, oh, okay, then we can at least still sort of function. What's up, Mama Mephistopheles? Right now, we were just talking about the industrialization of agriculture and the fact that that has contributed to population growth, and that a lower overall caloric need might be why Homo sapiens outlived other hominids. Yeah, it was 1.65 billion people in 1900, and now we're at basically 8 billion. There was no quote farming until modern times because everybody just did a little bit of everything. I mean, yeah, you've got your day labor is okay, we take care of the animals, okay, we again, 85% of people who live out there and they have a little plot of land, food production is a thing that you have to spend a ton of money and energy producing, at least historically speaking. And then, yeah, in the evening, the day doesn't end just because the sun has gone down. You come in the evening and you work on mending and you work on making rush candles and stuff like this. Yeah, 90% of what we call, quote, everything fell under what we now call farming. I'm a water fiend, y'all. You grew what you needed for your family, and then you grew a few cash crops, as it were, and traded those at the general store for a year's worth of what you can't grow. And I'm sure that people produced goods, like people would produce cheese, and then, because you're milking your cow like twice a day, and they might produce more than your family can realistically eat. So then, oh, what do? You make butter, and you make like various other products, and you might use some of that as a family, but then you sell some of it as well, because nobody can make and produce everything that's needed. I can't literally make and produce everything a human could possibly need, because one person can't do all of that labor. Even one family can't do all of that labor. And like having the facilities, like, oh, okay, am I gonna have like a cotton refinement machine? Am I gonna grow like cotton and then go through the arduous process of producing linen? Like, it is insanely taxing to do that kind of process in a like non-industrialized format. So yeah, it would be better if we still had like perhaps a non-individualized way of creating certain things like cloth. I can rip to your family, but I'm built different. Oh, true. We believe in you, therefore you can. I legitimately don't think there are enough hours in the day. And also, that would require me to know so much different stuff. Like, okay, I'm going to be raising bees and I have to have the personal protective equipment to go collect the honey. And then, oh, there I have beeswax and there I have beeswax candles. Oh, but where do I find the string to put in the center of the candle? Like, I could literally go on because there's so many different things that you probably take for granted. What are you going to do if there's no industrialized production of toilet paper? I guess invest in a really good bidet before that time. That's like the quick solution, I suppose. Yeah, like oh, I'm gonna have a chicken coop now. Okay, well, am I gonna build the coop? Am I gonna buy the coop? Hopefully I'm getting it like before there's no more access to like properly milled wood. You know, if I'm trying to build something in a world where there's no 2x4s, okay, so let's just assume that we're building it before the actual collapse. Okay, so I've built a chicken coop and now I've got the chickens. Now I need some kind of like way to automate their feeding and watering. Like, there's so many different things. Yes, yes, exactly. Specialization economy exists for a reason. Obviously, I think that being so specialized that literally your entire job is to fit these two parts together on an assembly line and you just pick up those two parts and put them together all day. Like, I think that that's a soul crushing, horrible thing to do, right? But if your specialization includes like putting together this entire part of this engine, okay, like maybe that would be a less alienated form of labor. Buy a Japanese toilet, true. Yeah, there's a huge list of things to try and it's exhaustive. I'm several years into working on and cleaning up my property and still haven't produced a year's worth of food yet. Maybe 2025 I will make it. So here's my, listen, we for a long time we won't. Okay, so if you're not someone, so there's 75 people here. Hi, if you're not usually here, um there is going to be a lot of food shortages soon. There are going to be a lot of food shortages soon on account of the climate change. So we talk in my chat about what are we going to do about that situation. I would like to do what Kitty Tick has done and like buy land and start producing food. But we probably won't need to produce all of our food at any point in our lifetimes. Like, yes, industrialized agriculture will suffer, and yes, there will be food shortages, especially in places where you can't grow your own food. If you are in a place that's entirely reliant on what you buy at the supermarket, yeah, of course it's going to be a problem, right? But like food, there will still always be food, in my opinion, in American grocery stores. There might be a lot of empty shelves and they might be really expensive, but like, listen, if I'm producing like 70% of my food, let's just say, like I've got chickens, I've got rabbits, I hunt venison once a year. You know, I've got vegetables growing nicely in a greenhouse, whatever, blah blah blah. Um, if I'm producing all of that, I can probably afford like triple the price for beef once in a while. I'm probably never gonna have to like completely be self sufficient. I think that we should look at certain industries and determine, okay, maybe we should start looking at where are certain things being produced. Like, okay, if all the world's toilet paper is being produced in Texas, which obviously it's not, I'm just saying for the sake of example, uh, you know, okay, what's the likelihood that toilet paper is going to be an industry that suffers greatly and that we should make sure to preemptively find alternatives for that kind of stuff? Like, I think beef is an industry that's going to suffer a lot because so much cattle land is in places where they're currently getting hotter and drier every year. Texas, Kansas, like, I know there were news reports in Kansas over the last couple of years of lots of cattle dying from heat and dry over the summer. So, like, what industries specifically are we going to have to account for? What things are we sure, like, oh, we should definitely be trying to produce that more locally so that we can afford the other things that are becoming less and less available, potentially? So, like, what are things that you're going to stockpile as well? Like, I could grow my own peppercorn, but I think that, like, the amount of peppercorns that I have right now, I guess, I do keep buying the already powdered stuff and using that, but I have like whole peppercorns. And I don't even know how long it would take me to get through all of those. Like, it would take me forever to get through the peppercorns that I have. If I bought like 2 more of those containers of peppercorns, like, I think that's more than enough pepper to last my entire lifetime. Just get a bush growing and it lasts forever. Fair enough. Being this close to the source, you just buy from a farmer direct from the slaughterhouse. Like, we can get half a cow for $800. How I know inflation is a lie right now, because prices at the farmer's market have barely gone up the last 3 years. Yeah, it's price gouging. It won't taste as fresh in 5 to 10 years. I mean, yeah, sure, that's fair. Learning foraging is also incredibly beneficial. It can save lives if you end up in a rough situation. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that I am never gonna need to forage to live, but having the skill to forage to supplement a situation where I'm already producing my own food, like, what if I'm trying to like save up money for like the big purchases, like you're going to need solar panels because wildfires are more widespread. There's a big wildfire I think still going here in Kansas. It's across like 2 counties, and that's going to continue happening, and those fires can impact electrical systems, so you need to have a good solar backup going on. And that costs a lot of money to get it installed. So maybe even technically, if I could afford to continue buying all of our groceries at the store for probably the next 10 years, let's say, I could also be doing a better job. I could like contribute a little bit more labor into it and get a bunch of our own food and then just not have to spend as much money on food anymore. The fires will keep happening after societal collapse. How will we create masks? I think the thing to do is to get everyone, probably, that's a thing that you would need to do preemptively, is to get a respirator with a proper rubber seal. And then the thing to learn is how to replace the filters. Like there's like a plastic part that you could take off and reuse. And then like, what do you put in the filter? But the fires will, I guess, gradually get better after societal collapse, because if we're not producing nearly as much emission, I mean, hopefully it'll resolve soon, but still. Salt is way more important to source and stockpile than any other seasoning or spice. Ah, well, see, I plan on living close to an ocean. So, I think my plan for harvesting salt is, so Kitty Tick was saying that you can basically take a black tarp to the beach. You can dig kind of a hole in the sand and put the tarp in the hole, and then put water from the sea on it, and then it will evaporate off. So, but that's not the end of the processing, because that salt, like, not everything evaporated off. There's probably little organisms and stuff that you might not want in your body. So what you do is you take that dry salt mixture, that dry sea salt mixture home, and you get it back in water, and then run that through like coffee filters and stuff to make sure you're getting out like, yeah, any microorganisms. Because while it's salt water, it's like chemically, it's like chemically bound, so it'll pass through yeah, it was a weird burp. I was in the middle of talking, so it came through my vocal cords. It was strange. Yeah, so you bring it home and you boil it, and then you strain it through like coffee filters, and then you can let it evaporate again, and there you go. You have like clean, purified sea salt. Yeah, live not too close to the sea due to rising sea levels. I have observed very closely what are the 10% safest counties in the United States. Note to self, learn how to produce estrogen. I mean, as I understand it, it's not that difficult on a practical level. Unfortunately, that it's basically impossible to make testosterone outside of a laboratory environment. Sounds like a lot of work. How much does a lifetime of salt actually cost? I go through about $2 worth a year. I have a problem with my body that requires me to eat like 5 times as much salt as most people do. And I probably don't even hit that number. Like, most of the time, I probably am not hitting my target for salt. But yeah, so I need a lot of it. Living near the sea isn't the only risk. Living on a river or a lake, it could also be a problem for... Yeah, of course. For sure. I also have... Yeah, are you a potsy? You have the pots? Eric in YouTube chat? My property might be beachfront at high tide soon. Our sand pit is one of the old cove points from a long time ago when oceans were a bit higher. Wow. If I remember correctly, trans men in days of yore used to do something with horses to get their tea. Can't remember what, though. Yeah, I was under the impression that trans men just kind of never had access to testosterone until pretty recently. Because obviously with horses that are female, there's estrogen in their urine. So you can, like, drink it and then have an estrogenizing effect. And that's, like, a thing that trans women have done historically. But I don't know about trans men. Delicious. So I hope everybody has had a decent week. I feel like it's been, it's been fine. Could have been better, of course. With my back hurting all week, it was a little bit challenging. It's a little bit better now, if you were curious. Okay, chat's back. I'm drinking coffee. It's decaf. No, no more white names. Was it just a sprain? I mean, probably. It seems to be responding to the kind of things that make muscle strains better. Like today when we went out shooting, I was walking around a bit, like I had to walk down to collect my arrows and then come back. So that kind of movement and has like made my back feel a lot more loose and like nicer. Sitting down makes it worse. So basically, yeah, I think that I just overstrained it. Everyone here talking about how to survive in the future, and I'm just constantly looking at music gear. Hey, we need music. It's a fundamentally important thing. You have to continue to make music and write. Like, I think I'm gonna start assigning myself like a boredom time during the day. I'm not exactly like sure how long, but I think that I should assign myself some time to like not have my phone, not be reading something, and just let my brain be my brain, because I really miss feeling like I had creative stuff to do, you know? Both testosterone and estrogen are based off of the same steroid slash cholesterol compound. You can't tell me some chemical wizardry can't produce it without too much difficulty. It's just hard to get the dosage right, as far as I understand it. Like measuring how potent it is. There are like so many different quality checks that go into steroidal drugs. Posted some pictures in Discord of plants, puppies, and my koi. Ooh, okay. Kitty Tick is like living my dream. She's got like land in Oregon and is growing food and has dogs. Like, just absolutely living my dream. Oh, see, I'm so glad that you included the picture of the dog. That's good stuff. Okay, you know what? Whoa, come back. Bring it over here. There are so many. I have so many Discord notifications. Good grief. Just drowning in Discord notifications. But okay. Kitty Tick has shared pictures. Got puppy pictures. That's a dog. Oh, it's also a chicken. You got a dinosaur. This is a Japanese maple, I think. Buds. More buds. That's cool. That's like a pine tree, pine cone type thing. They got flowers. See, you're just absolutely living the dream. Dog. Arr. He bites. Cherry blossoms. Ooh, okay, cool. Oh, those were cherry blossoms. Nice. Is it a Japanese maple? Was I correct? That's cool. I am so glad that there are people out there showing me that it's possible to live the fun life. Yeah, maple next to the koi. Hell yeah. Joe Zahner, the biohacker, can help with some of these hormone questions. They are a scientist and non-binary. Okay. I'll have to look into that next time. That's kind of what I thought, Jay. Trans men historically wore fake beards and men's clothes to pass. There's a famous trans cowboy who threatened to shoot anyone who called him ma'am. Yeah, I know that person's name, and I can't remember it right now. It seems that pre-modern medicine, based on some Google foo real quick, that people would use herbal and folk remedies and even try finding hormones to inject on their own. Yeah, I don't know if there's a great solution for, consistent access. Like, I thought I had a really interesting tweet that I read. And you know what? I'm just going to share it with you because it's a tweet that I read. Let me find it. It's from Aaron. Read. I gotta make it bigger. Okay. Aaron points out, and I just think this is interesting, saying that she interviewed once a trans woman who was able to stockpile her estrogen by not taking her medicine before going to get the blood test, but saying to their doctor that they had taken their medicine, which means that the doctor was seeing a low number, and the doctor increased her dose, and then she ended up keeping like a supply of it. I just think that's interesting. I don't know about the legality of any of that, but I assume if you are given medicine and you're just keeping it, then there's like kind of nothing legally wrong with that. I don't really know, but you know, with testosterone as well, like they end up having to overprescribe you a little bit because you you can't draw up and use all of the testosterone that's in there. Like when you squeeze it out through the syringe, there's always a tiny bit of waste in the syringe. So, you know, doctor will sometimes prescribe you like an extra vial so that you don't run out sooner than you're supposed to because technically you can't use the full amount that's in the bottle, right? Um, so yeah, you if you just for that reason, you could end up with a little bit of extra testosterone. Listen, Bella, I just have to make myself clear as a person who is not encouraging you to do illegal things on YouTube platform. To be clear. Koi are actually a good farming fish for animal food long term, not just pretty. Really? Like, you kill the koi and use them to feed your other animals? Is that. It's basically a mid carp or a mud carp, okay? I think mid or mud would apply in this instance. Uh if you're not eating it yourself. Intramuscular testosterone injectable will crystallize in the bottle if it's in there for too long. You just warm it up. It only crystallizes when it gets cold. Yeah, it's just a mid carp. Okay, Joe Zahner. Interesting person. Oh, okay. Interesting. They're making hands-on genetic engineering accessible to a lay audience, including educating about CRISPR. Cool. I'll have to look more into that later. They don't taste amazing, but the oil is good for animal skin and stuff. Yeah. Makes sense. Elephants making beer. Oh my goodness. You've heard of Magikarp. Now get ready for Midcarp. What does it turn into? What does it evolve into? I feel like Midcarp is at least a little bit more useful than Magikarp. True, Zoe. It's only illegal if the government is still around. I was joking about, like, how do you protect your land from people who might want to come steal your food and stuff? Yeah, we're still on elephants and beers. Listen, I just closed the tab. Um, but yeah, like, listen, if there's no US government, I'm allowed to booby trap my land. you know? Like, all fucking bets are off. It evolves into mediocre trout. I was kind of thinking of some spin on Gyarados. Like, because Magikarp evolves into Gyarados. Gyatados. Gyatados? Delicious. Well, so I'm not quite ready to segue into the serious stuff yet, but I do want to kind of do a little overview of what it is that we're going to be talking about today. I do not have the ability to go through the entire cast report, so I'm kind of like aggregating different screenshots and stuff, and it's tough. So if you guys have any suggestions for like any commentary you've seen about the cast report that might be worthy of keeping in, let me know. But we're gonna do our best to do like at least some kind of cursory review. The whole report is 400 pages long. There is no way that I'm going to be able to go through all of it. So, yeah, we're just going to kind of look through the cast report. And what that is like a really horrendous NHS review report thing where they're basically like going to use it to justify severely restricting access to transition care for children. And then also they're launching a review into the adult system. So there's probably going to be a dramatic change to the adult system as well, which people already die waiting for service on. So, yay! Yeah, truly, it's time to reset the UK and start over. we have put skill points in all the wrong places. Our talent trees are all messed up. We need to start over. But yeah, so cast report for sure. Whew, there's stuff. There's so much stuff. We will probably, I guess we'll talk about, like, there's several different states now where attorneys general have been, like, demanding access to patient records for trans people. So that's a little story that we can talk about. I don't know if I want to talk about this Tennessee thing or not. I don't know. Passing a bill, Tennessee passes a bill from the Senate making, quote, recruiting for trans youth care a felony charge. And then... oh god, there's just like so much stuff that we could talk about today, honestly. Okay, let me... where am I? Yeah, what do they consider recruiting? That is a good point. That is a question that we'll have to review during that segment. Good grief, more water. Graham Linehan has penned an op-ed piece about the cast report. I mean, yeah. It's so I'll make this point now. I'll make the point again during the segment, but it's interesting that it's unacceptable when doing a review of trans issues or doing a report on trans people's healthcare. Apparently, it's a conflict of interest for you to be trans or be pro-trans, but it is not a conflict of interest for like the overwhelming contributors to this report being actively anti-trans. Like, why is the anti-trans position being treated like the unbiased position? Like, it's really fucking dumb. Yeah, recruiting is when you say being trans is okay. Yeah, it's really dumb. Yeah, exactly, Divini. Not sure about this law specifically, but in general, they consider talking about the fact that trans people exist to be a type of recruitment. So, you know. Yeah, obviously you exist, and therefore can't be unbiased on the question of whether or not I should exist. Let's take the hair down and see what is going on. Again, I like put curl cream and gel in yesterday just to seal in my natural waves. We'll see how bad this looks today. Oh boy, it's so fluffy. Ugh, it's so fluffy. Yeah. Oh my god, dude. There's so much volume. I mean, that's a good thing. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, my big naturals. My hairline, I just don't... it's like my hairline comes back too far on this side, so I don't generally... I used to pull my hair out here, and so it's really thin in that spot. Has not quite recovered yet. Cool. just so big. Okay, anyway. There's 90 people in here. Can we get some more likes? We're about to start talking about the serious stuff. Love the hair. Thank you. Hair flip for every $10 donated. Yeah, true. If you want more hair flips, you have to donate $10. Oh yeah, I know, KJB. The report was supposed to be focusing on trans kids, but the officials are already talking about using this to change how adult trans people are treated. It was shocking for me when I started wearing my hair in its natural loose curls, so poofy and so much shrinkage. Just takes time to adjust. So my hair is really frizzy, and it, like, the part of the reason why I started doing a curly routine is because my hair is just really frizzy. And so getting it to do curls and like hold a shape has sort of reduced the frizziness a bit. So now the volume is coming from the actual wave itself and not from just it being frizzy and not knowing what to do with itself. What do you think about the middle name Mint? That's fucking cute. Trans femme non-binary? Yeah. Mint. That's adorable. Hillary Cast follows or is following the LGBT Alliance on social media. Yeah. They also want to lower the age you can start driving buses to 18. Yeah, the proposal that they're giving here is adult chooses to go to war, age 17, but child needs to be protected from trans up to age 25. It's true, 18-year-olds are cheaper than 30-year-olds when it comes to any work situation. 30-year-olds, like 18-year-olds, you can exploit more because their bodies can handle it. And yeah, 30-year-olds like have families and expect you to pay them a decent amount. Yep, lots of dumb stuff. Lots of really dumb stuff. So, we'll get into the seriousness momentarily. Ooh, 68 likes. It's almost nice. Not quite. Oh, hey, look at this hoodie. It's a hoodie that you can buy it. You can buy one for like $35. Wow, go to the website. Check it out. Link in the description. The necessary plugs. Yeah, I mean, it's all about their narrative. Like, we're trying to downplay when a white person does something bad and gets arrested. Oh, well, a teenager arrested a 19-year-old versus, like, yeah, referring to a very young black male as a black man. Like, okay. Manufactured consent. 74 likes all of a sudden. Hell yeah, y'all. Who wants to be the first dono of today's stream? We haven't gotten any donos. I've been going for an hour. Can we get like a $5, just a drop in the bucket? Donations and gifts are always appreciated. Yeah, fucking right. 30-year-olds are gonna have demands like time off for giving birth and like taking their kids to fucking soccer practice. Sorry, I got like $1,000 taxes to pay. Listen, same, true. Hey, Jackie, thank you! $5 dono in the YouTube chat. It takes a long time for those to pop up on Streamlabs, because it's real slow. But I will go ahead and add it to the stream goal dono amount anyway. Thank you very much, I appreciate you. Boom, boom. There's my chat again. Yeah, anytime the topic of exploiting young people comes up, all I can think of is, yes, the children yearn for the mines. It is hard to plan for the future with all the anti-trans stuff going on. I agree, Secretary Byrd. Like, it sucks that it feels like the plan is that you just have to address the anti-trans stuff first. Andes, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub to E. Lawrence. If you want the dicks, there you go. I appreciate that. Bang. Look at that. We're at 1/10 of the stream goal. Yeah, the plan survive. Um, like I honestly, I feel like I talk about a lot. You have to move out, you have to go, blah blah blah. You have to do this, because it makes me feel better and it gives me a sense of control to like have a plan of something to do. You know, um, yeah, Emily. Okay, cool. Um, but like, I'm not like psyched about having to leave the place where I live. Like I had the biggest feelings last night when I realized I was like, oh, you know what? I don't actually know if there are any fireflies in the Pacific Northwest. And I Googled it, and it turns out that there aren't any. And like, I can be rationally like, yes, I feel more in control if I'm like, I know that I'll be safe from climate change and I'll be safe from political persecution if I move. But I cried about something as small as fireflies because it's like, I will miss that a lot about the place where I'm from. I'm not excited about having to move. Like, hard to plan when you might have to change states or countries after the next election. Yeah, I mean, my plan is basically to just go to a state where I'm pretty confident that I'm not going to need to leave again later. What's up, Mackenzie? I miss my saguaro cactus every day. Yeah, you're from like Arizona originally, right? I have never seen a firefly. Wow. That is crazy to me. um yeah. You have like glowworms, and technically you all have a species of fireflies, but they don't glow. Looking at moving out of Texas, and all I can think about are my friends are here. Yeah. No, I added a donation from Andy's Mints in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Max. Never seen a glowworm either. Yeah. I've seen fireflies once since 2006. I love the fireflies. They're a really like, yeah, we call them lightning bugs. I think when I was a kid I called them lightning bugs too, but I've just switched to fireflies now. Yeah, but they're beautiful and they're like a really just a signature part of the summer, and I've been seeing them since I was a little kid. And so, yeah, it's that disruption of familiarity and continuity where you're going, if I suddenly run into traffic anywhere near where I live, I'll be like, oh shit, you know what? I'm just gonna skirt and like make a quick turn here, and then I'll just use back roads to get to where I need to go because I'm familiar enough with the place that I live that I can just do that. And like that's gonna be, I'm gonna have to like make an active effort to get that level of familiarity because I've lived in the general Kansas City area for literally my entire life. So there's a ton of places in and near Kansas City that I know a lot of businesses and back streets and all these kind of things, and I am not excited about giving up that comfort and familiarity. Jellyfish are the fireflies of the ocean. True. My niece refuses to believe they are real animals that used to live where she does now. My dad showed her a video of us playing with them. She asked how he added the clothes, still thinking it's a myth. Eric, are you in the like Pacific Northwest or where are you at? Because I did see someone on Reddit was saying that like there used to be more fireflies in the Pacific Northwest, and that like whatever species it was specifically that was doing the glowing has just not thrived, basically. Arizona has a few amazing things: dry lightning storms with 500 strikes an hour, monsoons that are insane, dust devils that can throw carports, And also so many beautiful plants that are made to survive the hell that is that place, and humans have messed it up super bad. True. Haven't seen fireflies in like a decade here in New Jersey. And I will say, I don't see them a ton here. As much as, not as much as when I was a kid, but still, at least once a year, I'm like, oh my god, the fireflies! And I get a little. And like, that's even without the idea that I'm gonna have to leave this area. In previous years, like, I see fireflies and I'm like, everything is so good. And just not having that feels weird. Green golf courses in the desert. Who needs indigenous plants when you can golf? I did just see a meme post asking, when are we gonna turn the water off for the golf courses? We're gonna keep dumping hundreds or thousands of gallons into golf courses to keep them functional, while like there are people in the country who are still going without fresh water. Agent Smith was right. No. It's not all humanity, it's one very stupid small group of people. Insert Vosh grass rant. Has Vosh been ranting about grass lately? Biggest problem with firefly populations is the destruction of prairie land for grazing. Ooh, okay, so if I just go to where I know that there are preserved prairie areas, I'll see more of them. We did probably have them back about 90 years ago in the PNW. Probably was affected by drying out the huge wetlands that used to be the Willamette Valley. Is there a big dam plugging up the Willamette Valley? Because we did that in California as well, I believe. Like down south further a little bit from Oregon in California, there's like a huge dam that's preventing, like, it's part of why there's so many wildfires there, because it used to be wetland and now it is super dry. Just shift the culture to make golf a poor person's sport. Four dams. Damn. God damn. The grass rant is from a while back, but it's funny. Okay. Oh, they've just taken down 4 dams and bringing back 100,000 acres of wetlands. I am so hyped for wetland restoration. Like, it's crazy how hype I am specifically for wetlands, because that's one of the things in Kansas. Like, there are a couple of pretty major wetland restoration projects, because I think everybody sort of thinks, okay, yeah, prairie grasses, okay, cool. Like, great. I'm sure that was a lot of food for the bison. I'm sure that was great. But okay, first of all, the grasses are taller than you are. Like, I've stood next to prairie grasses and they're like fucking 7 feet tall. It's like, you don't want to walk in them because that would be terrifying. You have no idea what you're going to run into out there. But they are at least as deep in the roots. Maybe taller than you are, Shorty. Listen, I'm a good middling 5.5-ish feet tall. If they're like 7, 8 feet tall, they're taller than you. And their roots go down at least that far, if not further. I've seen some grasses where the roots go down like 12 feet. It's crazy. But they retain a lot of water in the soil. And consequently, prairie kind of is wetland to some extent. Like, anywhere where there's a slightly lower dip in the landscape, because the grass holds onto so much water, it's basically like, it just creates this like open area of, it's periodically wetland, and then you go up the hill a little bit and then it's just straight up grass. There's like reeds and cattails that grow in the water. And yeah, I love wetlands. You might think, oh, they're going to increase the mosquito population. Well, there's also fish, there's also birds, like, there's all kinds of stuff that, like, it is boosting the ecology of a local area for there to be mosquito larvae for other animals to eat. I'm orc moding right now, meaning I make fun of short people. Damn. I'm sure that's somebody's kink. They killed the Canadian prairies by damming the major river through it, ended up destroying the entire ecosystem. Yeah, it's wild how we just have not really considered the ramifications of those actions. Like the destruction of prairie wetland in Kansas in favor of agricultural land is why we've had a wildfire raging for like the past week and spans multiple counties across the state, you know? Oh, God. Ooh, the yawning is real. Orc moding has 3 tenets: live like a goblin, work out like a paladin, and make fun of short people. Oh, man. I think I'm going to be able to go back to working out this week. I'm very excited. My back hurt so much this week, but I'm just going to, like, try the elliptical and see how that works. Anyway. Living in Ontario, Canada, our premier is hilariously corrupt and just horrible. I have no idea how anybody supports him. All over the world, we have world leaders that were like, how the fuck did you even get in charge? Currently dealing with fallout from decisions to change the landscape, often over 100 years ago. Oh man, yeah. It's like the fundamental concept behind DBT therapy, like dialectical behavioral therapy, is we might not be responsible for where we've ended up. Like if your parents abused you or they neglected you or something, like you are not necessarily the one who is responsible for you having gotten into that situation. Or like, oh, if you had that bad childhood and now you have a history of unstable relationships, or maybe you have impulsivity problems, um, it is now your responsibility to change things and get your shit together. And it's the same thing we're dealing with now. We might not be responsible for all of the ecological destruction that's happened over the last 100 years. We are not capable of being fully responsible because we were not alive yet. But we are now responsible for knowing better and making better stewardship decisions. Yeah, if your parents were exploited and poor and trying their best, listen, part of the other one of the other fundamental beliefs about DBT is that everybody is trying their best at any given time. And that there are probably skills that that person could learn that would enable them to do better. Like that yes, you are doing your best at any time, but that doesn't mean that you are not like expected on some level to try to do better. Like you're working with what you have, but if what you have is a bunch of survival skills that are now harming your relationships, then yeah, you have to unlearn those survival tactics and start using like healthy communication and healthy emotion regulation. I feel like container farming should be heavily subsidized with extra rewards for closed water systems that needs less input from the outside. That would save the water table. I mean, yeah, you just have to subsidize things. And we kind of already do. There are like tax benefits for installing energy efficient windows on the house that you own. You know? Um yeah, one change with huge effect. Oh, yeah. Start incentivizing people to like I don't know. There's a lot of restrictions on what you're allowed to build on your land And even when you're working within the particular restrictions, you still have to get like a permit, right? So for something like building a pond, which adds water to the water table, it increases agricultural productivity in the nearby area, not just plant agriculture, but also cattle agriculture, or like any beasts of burden or whatever, like any animals that you are like that are eating off of the land. If you put more water in the water table, it increases agricultural output. And so, and like also obviously decreases the chance of fires. It decreases the chance of drought. Just generally, it's better for everybody. But like you have to get that approved, and there are no incentives. It's a cost with no direct benefit. Whereas you could put, if you installed solar panels on your house, I think that there might actually be, I know at least locally in certain areas, like certain cities, have tax benefits for installing, um, ugh, the burping, for installing solar panels. But yeah, we don't really have good policy for water preservation. It's one of those things that I think most people are not aware of how seriously not good it's going to be in a very short period of time. Like, there's this confidence that there will just be water, and that is increasingly not the case. I would literally pick up snapping turtles when I was young. It's amazing. I still have all my fingers. Why? Oh, man. Yeah, let's just chill on the burning of the forest, maybe. Hydrate while you can. True. I'm gonna have to stockpile coffee, you guys. How much coffee is even grown in the US? How much coffee is grown in USA per year? Okay, in 2022, coffee production for United States of America. That doesn't mean in United States of America. Do we whoa. Do we grow coffee in the United States? Coffee is cultivated in limited areas of the United States and its territories, such as California, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico. So, listen, if coffee is cultivated in California, I will be living close enough to there. Hawaii, so in 2022, Hawaii and California were the only US states growing coffee, but it was apparently on Florida's radar too as well. Coffee can be grown in Florida, but what needs to be studied is whether the climate will allow it to grow in a manner that achieves a tasty result. Okay, interesting. Most of our coffee comes from Brazil. Yeah, so if you have a breakdown of the gas production, it's like I do think that there might be a potential future where we do not have gasoline anymore. Like, so maybe that means that food will eventually be hard to get a hold of. But like, if we can't transport like 2,400 tons of coffee into the US every year, what do you do? Coffeefornia. I would say tea is a better option a lot of places. I don't like tea that much. How is Florida both so gay and so queerphobic? It's questionable. California. Learn about alcohol converting your engine because ethanol works as a fuel source. Fucking true. I just gotta grow corn. Can always combine with other herbs. I know, but there's like, it's okay. If you're gonna drink tea, you just have to accept that it's not coffee. And that's the difficult thing. I ended up switching to just decaf coffee because I needed to cut down on my caffeine intake. But I kept trying to drink different kinds of tea, and I was like, "Ugh, it's just really disappointing every time because it's not coffee. It's the flavor. I'm not even addicted to caffeine at this point. I can ignore caffeine for the most part. Skill issue, I know. It's terrible. Thank you, Varden, for yes. I appreciate you. Chicory and tea. That's two people that says chicory. Chicory mixed with coffee tastes great. Chicory tastes like coffee but with no caffeine. Okay. Honestly, don't get people who like coffee. I've never been able to enjoy it. It's fine. It tastes a little bit like dirt. And so I understand why you don't like it. Yeah, I'm gonna get that dirty bean water. I'm so addicted to caffeine, I come down just from hearing other people are having decaf. Completely lost my taste for coffee when I started HRT. Wow, that's impressive. Coffee does not taste like dirt. Okay, it's earthy. Coffee is earthy. Chocolatey dirt water. It's so good. I have to track down and figure out exactly where Dunkin' Donuts brand coffee beans come from. Because, yeah, Divinity. Because that's the brand that I buy. I buy the, like, container of Dunkin' Donuts brand home coffee. Yeah, it's yummy dirt water. Mm. It does not. You all have no taste buds. Listen, I'm saying I'm just saying that I understand why some people might not like it. And I think that the acidity in a hot brew probably puts a lot of people off, and that maybe if they had cold brew, they would be able to appreciate it a little bit better. The coffee flavor. I don't know why, but I cannot find regular coffee ice cream right now. Is anybody else struggling to find just plain coffee ice cream? All the ones that I find have like cookie chunks in them. I just want some regular goddamn coffee. Cold brew supremacy, true. They're trying to bring back older species of coffee that are resistant to modern climate changes. Okay, cool. Oh, it's it's an NPR podcast. Cool. I suppose we should switch gears and talk about the serious stuff at some point, right? I mean, I appreciate that 78 people are in here just kind of listening to me talk about upcoming food shortages. this is like, this is just what my show is. Like, for the purposes of the channel, like, outside of the live streams, like, the live stream and the channel stuff that exists on the videos is, like, just totally different. And I do my trans segments basically so that there will still be content going up on the channel. But this is what I actually want to do. Like, this is my job, and there are parts of my job that I like and parts of my job that I really hate. Yeah, I know I call it my show. It's very cringe. But yeah, this is what I actually want to do, is talk about prepping. Honestly, surprised there aren't more people that watch your streams. It's sort of depends. My biggest streams are the ones where we talk about drama. Those don't happen very often. But, you know, I feel like if we have like between 80 and 100 people, or even between 60 and 100 people, which is pretty regular for us, that's pretty good. It's enough that I can basically make like a very minimum wage full-time job's amount of work. I guess it's more like part-time hours. Like, I don't know. I wish the YouTubes recommended your channel to me earlier. The more you like comment, subscribe, and share the videos. The more we'll get more people in. That's why I do calls to action during the show. Like, it's not just that I like to see the number of likes on the video go up, it also immediately boosts the stream so that other people will come see it, you know? And if you share it off platform, it's probably going to be like muted, because if you share, links on Twitter or Facebook, they get muted. But there are people who have found my stream from links that you post on Twitter. So I could leave the Discord in a dramatic way and then come back secretly under a new account and get into fights so you have new drama to talk about. True. But not like that. Not like using my community to make drama. I would be no better than Xena and Poppy if I did that. Like, oh yeah, let me get into fights with my community members and then make fucking content about it. Yes, the banana flavoring is what bananas tasted like at one point, but that particular species of banana is extinct now. Yes, that's why I don't like the banana flavor. Sock Puppet Combat. That's a great band name. Sock Puppet Combat. Okay, let me open up some links. Try to get ready to have this conversation about the CAS report. CAS report. Ooh, I think it's supposed to rain this week. I just realized. I'm really excited for that. Oh, hey, shout out. It's been 80 degrees this weekend. So I think it's supposed to rain and kind of cool down, hopefully. Hello, Dizzy. Banana content flavor drama. Hello, yes. Okay. I am tired. The OG banana flavor, they experienced a blight, but the species still exists. Oh, cool. I thought that it was, like, very extinct. But yeah, I'm just getting my links together so that we can talk about serious stuff, but we've been meandering. The meandering part of my show gets longer and longer. It was originally supposed to be like the first half an hour to 45 minutes, and now it was consistently an hour, and now it's bleeding over into an hour and a half, What's 80 degrees in real temperature? It's like 27 or 30 degrees, something like that. I don't know what the exact conversion is. Like 80 degrees F to C. Okay, if it was 80 degrees, it would be 26, but it actually got closer to 90 degrees today. So 32 degrees. Like, yeah, it was about 30 degrees today. I would love to have a meandering section at the start of my stream, but I don't have enough chatters to maintain that. Gayfesh, go back in time, like 9 years, and make videos about your transition, and occasionally make videos about ContraPoints, and then you will have a built-in audience when you decide to start streaming. Yeah, 30 degrees is hot as hell for April. You don't have to tell me. I did tell you to trans yourself. Go trans yourself. Yes, CAS report. Yes, I have it. I have it. I'm opening my links. I just don't have a cohesive thing to reference here, so I kind of have to pull up a bunch of different stuff. I will keep saying it until you get to the topic. I'm trying, okay? There's a Daily Beast article that I kind of want to look at. My bed now has a mattress topper memory foam pad on top of it, and it's already a memory foam mattress, and I did not know how much I was missing comfort until now. They do make a big difference. Topic schmopic. Listen, I have to make money somehow. And the advertisements on the videos are part of it. I missed Saturday because bed was too soft. My bed has a memory foam top on it, and then like the main part of the mattress is a box frame with memory foam on top of it. I really want to get a Casper mattress, but it's the kind of thing that's like, we're not gonna buy a king size mattress and then move fucking how many miles away? I don't actually know how many miles away it is from like Kansas City to Seattle. Don't tell the video audience Lux has a disdain for the videos. Listen, how many years can I primarily cover anti-trans news before I start to kind of hate my job on some level? You know what I mean? Like, this part makes my job doable because I get to just kind of talk about whatever and enjoy myself and like hang out with you all. But yeah, it's like, it's not fun to talk about the anti-trans stuff. It's just like the channel audience does not want to watch other content. It's a struggle. Yeah, true. Lux hates the video viewers, confirmed. Okay, stuff about attorneys general. Okay, here's another link of stuff that they have talked about. Ooh, yes, I forgot. There's an article that we can read today from the Telegraph about how transgender female athletes are actually at a physical disadvantage compared to cisgender women in several key metrics. So I kind of want to look at that today. Or it's like, I don't know. Okay, so there's two kind of like two stories that kind of could kind of go into one. Let me know what you all think about this, okay? We have this thing about Riley Gaines. Why is this small again? Okay, you know Riley Gaines, she tied for 5th place, and then she made a career out of bitching about Leah Thomas. She smears trans people as predators, but apparently she's now going to bat for her former swim coach who has been accused of sexual assault, basically. So I was like, okay, that's worth talking about, but I can see that also being like kind of short. Like it might not be a very long segment, you know? But then also we have this trans female athletes are at a significant physical, or not significant, but are at a physical disadvantage compared to cis women. So I guess we could kind of lump those two together. But then it's a question of how do I title and thumbnail that video? Like, do we focus on... I don't know, those seem like two different stories to me, you know? I mean, she's definitely a grifter, Eric, I will say that. I don't know if she's dumb, but it's like, are they dumb or are they malicious? Hey, what's up, damn girl? I don't watch the anti-trans stuff because it's too depressing. I like the other content. Cool. I'm glad that... Okay, so I should just start posting on my second channel more, is what I'm learning. Because I have a second channel where I'm posting, like, non-political stuff. I mean, I don't really post there that often right now. But, you know, when my garden starts up soon, what is it? It is currently... Okay, we're currently, like, halfway through April, which means that I should be getting information about the community garden soon. And then I can start really, like, posting gardening stuff on the other channel. It's just called Luxander 2 for the time being. Luxander 2. I know! Dizzy, there's, like, a plants and gardening channel in the Discord server that you recently joined with me. Yeah, Luxander 2 Electric Boogaloo. What's up, Callan? One Oasis left. Yes, that is what I'm going to change the name to. I just keep not doing it. Gaines is an unfortunate name for a 5th place anti-trans loser. Really. I'm late on my garden, but the grow season is long here. I know what the name of the channel is gonna be. You should call it Meander if it's a more personal channel. I didn't know we were settled on a name. Yeah, I mean, someone in chat recommended it a while ago, and I was like, I love that name. Meander is an interesting idea, but I don't really want it to have anything to do with my name. Riley gains, more like Riley loses. Oh, goodness. Okay. Got him. 90 people in here, 98 likes. I think I have basically everything that I could have open about the cast review. Now let me just put these things in order. Okay, this is gonna go on the end. Have we already done cast? No, I'm ramping up to it right now. It's like a 400-page review, so I haven't seen anyone put out yet like a comprehensive blow-by-blow debunk. I'm kind of just like piecing together bits and pieces that people have been calling out on like Twitter. There's an article in The Guardian from a trans man about it. Okay, Guardian cast review. Yeah, just read every one of the 400 pages live on stream in real time. Give me $1,000 and I will do that. I have confidence in Demon Mama to do the in-depth debunk. Yeah, she's moving offices right now though, so I don't know if she'll have the time. Yeah, if you've got the article. Yeah, she's not going to be streaming for a few weeks. Man, I fucking wish I could take off like a few weeks at a time. I cannot afford that yet. Thank you, damn girl. Whoop. Okay. I was asked for my take by someone, and I said I would have an opinion had I not been asleep. Like, I was asleep. I do not have an opinion. Or I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to take an actual day off. Like, yesterday, I did a really good job of not getting on Twitter. I think I got on Twitter, like, a little bit toward the end of the day, but I primarily just did crochet all day long. Crochet. Oh, man. I just have to say that, like, I have gotten to a great stopping point with this. I mean, like, there's still gonna be, like, another, like, 9 or 10 inches worth of rows on this. Like, I am just not anywhere close to being done with this. That's what I was doing yesterday. Hey, on a more happy note, I painted my nails for the first time since realizing I'm trans, and did it all by myself. Listen, high five Bad Ash. That's a great name, also. Sun, indeed, yes, it's for Beltane, because Beltane is a sun holiday. Twitter sucks so bad right now, but I feel like driving us off the platform is what they want. I post stuff sometimes, but I do feel like Twitter doesn't deserve my personal divulgences anymore. I do those on Blue Sky now. So if I'm like the kind of posting personal commentary into the void, so Twitter is like for beef and discourse for me now. And Blue Sky is where I post like vulnerable things. Yeah. Yeah, whenever I post stuff on Twitter, it gets like 0 traction. Yeah, I know. It's been that way. It's been more and more that way for the last like 2 years. And I'm not shadow banned. I've checked multiple times. It's pretty obnoxious. I do personal stuff on TikTok and Blue Sky. Yeah, exactly. I could not really figure out Mastodon. I do feel like with something like Twitter or any social media really, that you do have to be posting regularly in order to maintain like an audience. You know, if because I have had times where I just don't post very much, and I think that that has suffered my reach. Like it has made my reach much smaller. Twitter's where I go when I want to cause chaos. Okay, we should start this stupid cast report crap. This is such a huge bit of news that it's hard to know where to start tackling it. We're going to talk about the cast report, the cast review by Hillary Cass. Like it's called that because that's the name of the person who is like sort of in charge of this review. And what it is it was supposed to be a look at the way that trans healthcare is done for youth on the NHS in England. Like the National Healthcare Service has obviously, we know, some problems when it comes to trans related care. Like there's really long wait lists. If you are a transgender teenager and you get on the wait list, you often are still waiting by the time you turn 18, and then you have to start over and get put on the wait list for the adults. Like it doesn't carry over. And that's just one of the many problems. Like, okay, well, why is the wait list so long that I was waiting 3 years for my first appointment and I aged out of the youth system? Like, why? Well, because they're not putting very much resources to it. For a very long time, there was literally only one clinic providing this care to teenagers, which was the Tavistock Clinic. You may have heard of it before with various scandals, like with Kira Bell. So, because they can arbitrarily create bureaucratic problems, like, oh, your regular doctor just kind of forgot to send your referral to the gender identity clinic, or the gender identity clinic tells you, okay, well, we'll see you on such and such date, and then your day gets canceled, and then, oh, well, like, when am I going to be seen now? It's just pretty absurd how slow things go over there. And they're just trying to restrict it even more. Like, it's not good enough, apparently, that they recently just declared that trans youth can't get puberty blockers unless they are signed up for like a clinical trial. So it's like, okay, you've already basically declared that this healthcare is not accessible to youth because in the UK they don't do cross-sex hormones for teenagers like until and unless they've been on puberty blockers for a while, as I understand it. So if you won't give kids puberty pausers, then you also are like basically stating that you're not going to give them cross-sex hormones. So yeah, Tavistock had like 70 staff, none of whom are being allowed to be redeployed to the new services. So they're not going to let people who already have experience working with trans youth work at any of the new clinics. But they are supposed to be opening new clinics, hypothetically. Yeah, it takes a year on puberty pausers before they will move them on to cross-sex hormones. Really, they banned puberty blockers for private healthcare too? I didn't think that they had the jurisdiction to do that. Like that for the NHS to just declare that Gender GP, which is a private clinic not operated by the government, is just like not allowed to provide. yeah, there is some concern that the new clinics that they're going to open up might have, well, because of things like this. So the CAS review is supposed to help inform the NHS on how to proceed with trans care. And the methodology was messed up and the conclusions that they came to were inaccurate. And the NHS is seeking to use this information to justify continually restricting access to these things for trans youth and for adults. So if part of the review says like, oh, you should allow people to cut their hair, but you shouldn't allow them to get hormones, like, then functionally the way that the therapists and medical professionals are going to take this is, yeah, so apparently we should do everything we can to make the kid do something else, like basically some form of coercion or what is generally called conversion therapy. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, so there's an article. We don't need to go in depth about this. Oh, yeah, this is checking with new guidance in the CAS report. Oh, yeah, making sure that that's applied by private care providers to prevent private care providers from giving anyone under the age of 18 this care. Great. Okay, so Bella says that the premise for this CAS report was that there was supposed to be an unbiased report into the issues facing trans healthcare for youth right now, with the understanding that the current model wasn't working. And the reason why the current model isn't working is because of those huge wait times. Because on the NHS, you're supposed to be seen by your specialist. If you get referred to a specialist, you are supposed to be not made to wait more than 4 months for access to that care, or like 16 weeks, something like that. So the NHS is breaking the law by having such long wait times for trans people, and there's just no recourse on that. There are a lot of methodological problems with the CAS review. I don't have a thing pulled up for this exactly, but it has been stated multiple times that the information that they provided were from overwhelmingly biased anti-trans sources, which tracks. That's what we're doing in the US as well. Let me see if there's anything in this article that goes into this a little bit. So this report criticizes the long waiting lists, but also basically advocates against access to medical care. That's weird. I'm trying to skim through this article written by a trans man about this issue. He's saying a lot of things that I've already said, though. Okay, I don't know that this is going to go into what I want it to go into. But so there are enough issues about the methodology of this that professionals in Britain are like, yeah, we are going to submit a commentary to the evidence-based medicine review people because apparently it's considered biased. Like, if you are here watching this and you don't agree with me, and you're going to say something like, well, of course, you're going to cherry pick all the parts that you agree with or you don't agree with, and oh, you're only going to be looking at sources from, other trans people. Like, yeah, I'm going to read this post from Alejandra Caraballo, and I'm going to look at posts from other trans people about this. So why is it that it is considered okay for an anti-trans individual to be in charge of this, to use anti-trans sources And like, that's not a conflict of interest. But if there were any trans people involved, or if there were any pro-trans people involved, that's considered biased suddenly. Like, there were no trans people involved in the creation of the cast review. Not a single one. Posted a review in the stream Rex. Ooh. Okay, so we have an executive summary here. Yeah, so one of the reasons why the methodology of this was flawed is because they did not admit any double-blind... Or sorry, they didn't admit any research that wasn't a double-blind study. So this is like the term high-quality evidence gets thrown out when you're talking about this kind of issue. Like, is it possible to have a double-blind study? Now, usually what happens, like, let's say we're trying to test whether ibuprofen actually works as a pain reliever. You know, we might have a group of people over here who we're giving ibuprofen for their headache, and we have a group over here who we are giving a placebo for their headache. Because the placebo effect, if you take a pill and you think it's supposed to give you less of a headache, it can actually do that. Like, it can actually give you a perception of a reduced headache because of the power of the placebo effect. So when you're doing a double-blind study, the purpose of that study is to determine if the actual ibuprofen group, if they had more pain relief than the placebo group. Like, you have to prove that something is more effective than a placebo. And, like, it's tough to do a double-blind study on trans people because, let's say you have two trans girls, like two teenagers who are trans girls, or even two women who are trans women, and you give one of them estrogen and you give the other one a sugar pill, they will know within the time that the study is being taken whether they are on hormones or not. So it ends the illusion that you could have taken either medicine. Like, the whole point when you use a control group that you give the sugar pill is that neither group knows whether they got the real ibuprofen or whether they got the sugar pill, you know? But because the effects of puberty pausers and cross-sex hormone therapy, they're so obvious that your patient, there is no double blind. You cannot do it. It's not possible. And there's a question of whether that's ethical as well. If you have a teenager who is suicidally dysphoric, and you enter them into a double-blind study where they could be receiving puberty pausers or they could be receiving saline, like, is it ethical to put that person in a situation where their health is being put on the line in that way? And that's like referring back to treatment for HIV/AIDS. They tried to do double-blind studies for treating that as well, but those studies largely didn't work because it was obvious if you started to get better or not. And the men, largely men, who received the like pills that were actually helping, they would start to share their pills with the people maybe who were in the study or who weren't in the study, who weren't getting better. Like, is it even possible to do ethical double-blind research in this way? Yeah, double-blind breast enlargement surgery. You can't double-blind cancer treatment. And so you can't have that standard for all medication. It literally doesn't work. Oh my god, here we go. Yeah, people in the HIV/AIDS studies, they would mix all their doses together to make sure everyone is getting at least some of the real dose. Yeah, I hadn't heard that specifically, but like everybody takes the pills that they were supposed to be taking. They kind of like mix them up and distribute it. So it you know, because they're sharing the medicine, those people who are now getting the medicine, you won't be able to see a control placebo effect on them because they're receiving the medicine. But also the people who are supposed to be receiving the actual medicine are not going to be seeing as much improvement in the study because they're receiving less of the medicine because they're sharing it with people. Like, yeah, the morality of double-blind studies has been called into question pertaining to life-saving drugs, because you are having people usually get off the medication. Oh, they are having to get off of other medications that they're already on, so that the study is not skewed by the results of people being on different meds. And then the placebo group get put into a state of health decline because of this. And Kitty Tick's mom was almost killed because of being in the placebo group for trying to get life-saving medicine. But they did allow some studies in this review that were not double-blind if they confirmed the view of the person writing writing the report, which is basically that there shouldn't be trans healthcare. Like, effectively, you know, they'll say, oh, we want to improve this. We want to, you know, we want to make sure that the people who are receiving this medicine are really needing to receive it and all this. You know, they have this, like, paternalistic, oh, you know, we do want you to get the healthcare, but we want to make sure that only the people who really need it are getting it and all this. And it just ends up being, like, the group of people that they think need it just gets smaller and smaller over time for some reason. It's super weird. One of the screening criteria they used with the study was that the study had to be in English. Yeah. So any non-English speaking countries who have done rigorous studies on this, it's just not being included. The Dutch study was eliminated. Oh, God. Okay, we see, like, this review. Let me see what all is in here. So Dr. Hilary Cass is a pediatrician. She's been, you know, she has to do this thing studying what's going on with under 18s, reviewing the efficacy of puberty blockers. Report starts from the conclusion that trans children deserve holistic, timely, and individual health care which meets their needs. It states that while not all trans children will need medical treatment, some will. Yeah. It claims that the level of research into medical pathways and treatments in this area is very poor and calls for more research. It calls for all people receiving puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones to be entered into a longitudinal study to examine their efficacy. We have so much research on the efficacy of these drugs. Like, in fact, one of the issues that they have in this is, like, they complain about the fact that the overwhelming majority of teenagers that you put on puberty pausers are going on to take cross-sex hormones and continuing to identify as trans. So they're doing this weird, like, oh, well, puberty pausers cause transness or something. Like, no. It means that, like, the process of determining who is trans is so rigorous that you are only allowing in, like, people that you're absolutely sure need it. You're not, it's like, okay, we're not unnecessarily giving anyone puberty pausers who doesn't extremely need it, which is, like, a bad thing, because it means that there are people who do need it but don't have, like, exactly the right symptoms that you think that they should have who are not getting it. Like, the regret rate should be higher because more people should be able to access this. Like, the bar is way too high. And when they say holistic treatment, it's important to note that they think that there should be screenings for autism and mental health before they'll allow puberty blockers, which is great because, like, a lot of autistic people, like, a lot of trans people are autistic, and, like, lots of trans people have eating disorders because it's the only way that they can control what their body looks like. So there's this demand that there be increased scrutiny. And keep in mind that for precocious puberty, if you have an 8-year-old little girl who starts her period in the UK, you can go to her regular pediatrician probably. Like, maybe you might get referred out to endocrinology for that specific issue. But basically, you don't have to have an entire psychiatric assessment in order to get that care. if you're cisgender. But if you're trans, well, now you're going to get put on a 5-year wait list. Like, good luck, have fun. So that's the separate but equal thing going on there. And that, like, that's one of the reasons why these laws are not working out in the US is because we have the 14th Amendment that says you can't treat people differently under the law based on who they are. So if you allow puberty pausing medication to be given to cisgender people with precocious puberty, then it is not equal protection under the law if you deny trans people because they have a different diagnosis. Yeah, listen, Dizzy. Yeah, the reason why they test for autism first is because they are paternalistically going, oh, well, you poor little R word, you don't know. Like, you don't know anything about yourself, and therefore you don't get to transition. Like, that's basically how this ends up shaking out. Looking at the outcomes, NHS England acted within 2 hours to remove funding for new prescriptions of puberty blockers to trans children after the initial judgment in Bell versus Tavistock review. When the Tavistock won their appeal, NHS England's decision was not overturned. NHS has barred trans people from being part of the CAS review core team, while advocates of conversion practices were allowed to be part of the core team. This is what I'm saying. Like, it's considered acceptable for explicitly anti-trans people to be in charge of determining and studying whether trans people get access to care. But trans people are not allowed to be part of the decision-making process. On 12 March, NHS announced an effective ban on all puberty blockers for trans children, unless they were in a clinical study, yes. Which obviously has raised the question about why the report is necessary, since you've already made it basically illegal, even on private healthcare, remember, for trans youth to be on puberty-pausing medication. It's also failed to recruit the necessary staff for the 2 gender identity clinics for young people after Tavistock has been closed. The waiting list for young people's gender services is currently estimated to be between 3 and 4 years. So if you're 12, you might be on puberty blockers before you turn 18. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, literally advocates for conversion therapy. That's who we're going to have. Shortly after the CAS report was published, NHS announced that it was bringing forward the review of the service specification for adult services by a year and initiating a review of adult clinics. Yeah, I had this open over here. Like, adult trans clinics in England are going to be facing a CAS-style inquiry into how they treat patients after whistleblowers raised concerns about the care they provide. NHS England has announced that it is setting up a review of how the 7 specialist services operate and deliver care after past and present staff shared misgivings privately during a previous investigation. As a first step, NHS England will send, quote, external quality improvement experts into each of the clinics to gather evidence about how they care for patients to help guide the inquiry's direction. So that kind of means that your medical records, like, more people's medical records are going to be opened and added to, like, a database to review. Like, they might anonymize it. Oh my god, I cannot speak words. They might make it anonymous to a certain extent. But this is, like, pretty scary for a lot of people, thinking, like, okay, I guess I have to start stockpiling my medicine now. Like, what happens to these people who have been on healthcare for a long time and they're going to just be, like, denied access? Or what is the deal? And again, no trans people are ever consulted about this. So whenever there are recommendations for changes, it's always like, oh, there needs to be more gatekeeping. Oh my god, there's too many trans people. Oh my god, there's too many detransitioners. While not a single trans, or mostly, like, not asking detrans people either. Like, only asking the certain detrans people who are willing to be anti-trans. Why is it that I never see detransitioners who are pro-trans being interviewed on Fox News, it's because they don't serve the narrative. Because there are detrans people who are just like, yeah, it didn't work out for me. I didn't end up being trans in a permanent long-term way. Or maybe I just wasn't binary trans. Like, it doesn't serve the narrative. Is there racism in the in the NHS? Let's check in with a bunch of white people, no people of color whatsoever, and also Carl Benjamin. Yeah, this is what's been going on in the UK. Yeah, there's a lot of panic in people, like trans people in the UK now, talking about like stockpiling, talking about alternative means, like how are you going to afford to go to the gender GP, or for trans girls getting access to estrogen online, it's kind of a gray market. So you can do that and it's not explicitly illegal. But for trans men, if they need access to testosterone therapy, like it's not easy to, like it's a very serious crime to purchase testosterone, like outside of the context of getting a legal prescription for it. So that's half the trans population. If they get like all of the healthcare paused, those people are not going to be able to easily get alternate care, at least not without taking on serious risk. Okay, let me go back to this review thing. It was also been announced on the NHS that they're appointing Sir Simon Wesley to head up a new research oversight board. Wesley concentrates on psychosocial models for poorly understood conditions such as ME, CFS, and Gulf War syndrome. The concern is that he would view trans people in the same light, namely that being trans is not a, quote, real condition or does not need medication, and will therefore disregard any evidence that counters this view. Yeah, so, you're working on a psychosocial model for ME/CFS for chronic fatigue syndrome. You think that it's a psychosocial phenomenon for people to not be able to even look at their phone while they're laying in bed because the light from their phone will give them a headache and reading will make them feel exhausted and like not able to eat later that day? Like a psychosocial model for ME/CFS. Cool. This guy is the perfect person to put in charge of a situation where, like, yeah, a lot of people think that being trans is not a, quote, real condition. Cass states that the aim of the review is to ensure that children and young people who are questioning their gender identity or experiencing dysphoria receive a high standard of care. Care that meets their needs, is safe, holistic, and effective. This word holistic is a red flag. Okay, what are there some good things in this? Report states that generalizations about children and young people questioning their gender are unhelpful because people are individuals. It also states there should be no hierarchy of gender identity or how this is expressed, socially or medically. Nobody should feel the need to invalidate their own experience for fear that it reflects badly on other identities and choices. Okay, that's a good statement. For some, the best outcome will be transition, whereas others may resolve their distress in other ways. Some may transition and then or retransition or experience regret. The NHS needs to care for all those seeking support. Okay, so ostensibly, it would be a good thing for them to support detransitioners because, unfortunately, a lot of the time, detransitioners have a hard time getting their health care covered. Like gender dysphoria is considered, at least in the US, like some insurances will cover it. But a lot of the time, like a detransition, it's like not going to be covered in the same way. So it's, what are you supposed to do if you can't afford it? Yeah, hysteria, true. Yeah, I do feel that this is all window dressing. This is all lip service. This is the pretty words, and the stick is just waiting. The stick is just waiting. Okay. Yeah, it claims that the evidence base, particularly in relation to puberty blockers and hormones, have been shown to be weak. I don't think so. The University of York was commissioned to undertake an evidence review. Let's see. So Tilly Langton, who was engaged to design the review's methodology, was part of a group which promoted, quote, gender exploratory therapy, together with anti-trans groups along pro-trans groups when training NHS staff. So yeah, gender exploratory therapy, it like holds trans identities in suspicion, meaning like we're gonna assume that there's literally any other thing besides you just being trans that is causing you to feel this way. Gender exploratory therapy asks questions like, what kind of relationships did you have with both of your parents? Was your dad a good masculine role model? Like, was your dad around when you were a kid? Have you ever been sexually abused? Do you have an eating disorder or autism that might be causing you to delusionally think you might be trans, but really you're not, and paternalistically we're going to prevent you from getting the healthcare you want? Yeah, it is a nightmare therapy style. It's crazy. My dad left to get milk. um, yeah, so gender exploratory therapy basically seeks to put off a transition for as long as possible. And the reason why they do that is because they assume, oh, if this person, oh, this person will grow out of it, whatever, they'll just normalize, or they'll progress so far in puberty that they feel like they can never look as they want to, so therefore they won't even bother. Like, the purpose of watch and wait or watchful waiting technique is the assumption that you will desist. Like, they will be able to subtly pressure you over time into desisting. Like, they'll convince you through the therapy that, oh, are you sure you really identify as a man, or do you just not like being groped on public transit? Like, plenty of women, basically all of them, don't like being groped on public transit, but most of them are not going out there taking testosterone to grow a mustache about it. Okay, let's see what else there is in here. CAS report reveals that it disregarded huge amounts of medical evidence, both from the UK and around the world. Out of 102 studies into puberty blockers and hormones, only 2 ended up being included by the CAS review team. The report also criticizes the quality of evidence, which we've talked about. No international evidence was considered good enough. Yeah, this is based on not blinding. We talked about double-blind studies. In 2022, the world... Oh my god, what is it called? Oh man. WPATH. I can't remember what it stands for. It's something about transgender health, though. Something Organization for Transgender Health. They rejected criticism around the lack of evidence surrounding puberty blockers, stating that most of the evidence included the effects of other medication and interventions, and that this was appropriate, and found that puberty pausers did have a beneficial effect for trans young people. This was all ignored by the review team and NHS England. The report includes a graph of the number of referrals to the gender identity clinic between 2003 and 2015. The graph ends with a steep slope upwards. The number of referrals to GIDS is known until 2020. So the question arises, why has only that part of the graph been selected? Oh yeah, like we looked at this recently. So they only showed information from 2023 to 2015. They left out 5 years of data so that they could show a sharp uptick. But guess what? We've already seen this balancing out. There was a sharp uptick because there was a sharp uptick in social acceptance. And then guess what is starting to happen now? Just like the chart of left-handedness, it turns out when you stop beating left-handedness out of children, they start using their left hand. And then it's like, oh my god, there's so much devil happening. Oh my god, there's such a sharp increase. And then it levels out. And then like, look at that. Approximately 10% of human beings are left-handed. And it stabilizes. So that same thing is happening with trans health. But of course, they did not show the referrals in recent years because that does not serve their narrative that this is, oh my god, it's a social contagion, sharp increase. Yeah, and just a reminder that these two studies that they did, they included two studies, and those were not double-blinded either. The hypocrisy is so real. I don't think WPATH is the Pediatric Association, because they talk about adult health care. I don't think it is. Anyway, World Professional Association. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, okay, yeah. The full graph shows that the number of referrals stops increasing, quote, exponentially. And the last 3 years for which data is available, the number of referrals has plateaued. But that doesn't serve your narrative, does it? See? 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 There was an increase for over the span of 5 years. There was an increase. And then look at that. Since 2018, it's basically been the same. Huh. Strange. Report states that, quote, young people are on a developmental trajectory that continues to their mid-20s, allied with the recommendation that children's services should continue for those up to the age of 25. This implies that people are insufficiently able to make key decisions until they are 25. So are they really suggesting that, like, what? Are you gonna see an adult services doctor for everything else? But then if you need trans care as a, like, let's say you're 21 years of age, are you really going to get put on the children's waiting list? Are you sure about that? Yeah, let's just choose an age at which to screw over trans people. You're literally, yeah, we will recruit you to the military at age 17 or 18, but we're going to send you to the children's clinic up until age 25. Oh, a wraparound service for age 18 to 25, but still infantilizing adults for 7 years of their life. In the background of the report, it asserts, quote, for many centuries, transgender people have been predominantly trans females, commonly presenting in adulthood, but no evidence is supplied to support this assertion, because that evidence does not exist. Key to the report is a series of recommendations. However, there's very little evidence to show that any of these recommendations will be effective. Given that this is a report which places so much importance on the need for evidence, this lack of evidence is notable. That, like, yeah, the most recent Guardian article I saw when I typed up, like, Guardian article cast review was like, oh, finally, now evidence and not feelings are going to be used to determine who gets trans healthcare. Like, oh yeah, are you sure about that? They don't actually care about evidence. None of these people actually care about evidence. What they care about is advancing their agenda, and they will co-opt your values of evidence and free speech and, like, quality care. Like, they will co-opt your values in order to inflict genocidal conditions on trans people. They do not believe the things that they say. When they say, oh, some trans youth might need access to medical care and we want to make sure they have access to good medical care, they are lying. They do not believe that. Okay, let's see. So there's ethical issues. Some adult clinics have expressed ethical concerns over the need to provide all records for those aged 25 and under to see if there are any matches on this NHS report thing. The report's recommendation is to ignore those concerns and request the DHSC mandates the adult clinics compliance. So adult clinics, basically, like, they're going to be forced to divulge their medical information to determine whether, like, to be part of this study, basically. Yeah, Helen Joyce saying, you know, there is no such thing as a, like, or even like a happy, well-adjusted trans person is a problem for a sane world. Very much Helen Joyce vibes. The report recommends that every young trans person can only access puberty blockers or cross-sex hormones if they agree to enter a study. Yep. Okay, so the report contains some internal consistencies. It's either contradicting itself or not holding itself to the same high standards that it's holding others to. In one instance, it states that there are no established definitions for social transition, but then in the next paragraph introduces and fails to define the concepts of, quote, full social transition and partial social transition. Yeah, the resource cited in CAS, which talks about partial versus full transition, uses partial to mean transition in clothing style and hairstyle, but without a change of name or pronoun change. So this is literally just, why can't you just be a feminine man as like a policy position, basically? So this report advocates in some part for like a, quote, social transition or like a partial transition that involves like literally just changing how you dress and your clothes and not changing anything else about you. So it's like, is it like a is it a partial transition if a cisgender woman decides, okay, I've decided that I've previously been a Barbie girl, and I've decided recently that I'm going to become an outdoorsy hiking type, and so she gets a shorter, more practical haircut, and she starts dressing in like hiking clothes. Even when she's doing normal stuff, she's no longer wearing lipstick. She's no longer doing any of that stuff. Has that woman just partially transitioned? Like, what? This is tough. It's tough to get through. The report also states that there is a, quote, substantial increase in rates of mental health problems in children and adolescents across the UK over the past decade, but it also wonders why there is a similar escalation of people assigned female at birth with, quote, high levels of neurodiversity and or mental health issues. So it's like, okay, it acknowledges that there has been an overall increase in mental health problems, but it questions why one particular group has had an increase, as though it's probably not all very similar factors. I was preppy, but now I serve more of a goth mommy type look. I am a different gender. Yeah, you've transitioned to a new gender. You've partially transitioned. Report also states that gender incongruence is caused by, quote, a combination of biological, psychological, social, and cultural factors. Yet, despite this complexity, and also that, quote, a formal diagnosis of gender dysphoria is not reliably predictive of whether that young person will have long-standing gender incongruence in the future, it repeatedly implies that diagnostic tests can be developed to determine whether medical intervention will be beneficial or not. Which is, it's so weird, because, like, they complain about, like, oh, these kids might grow out of it in the future, but also, oh no, we're so upset that the majority of people who go on who go on puberty pausers end up going on cross-sex hormones. Like, oh no. It's that nothing you can do is right. Like, nothing you can do is correct. Yeah, my mom, so me too. My mom partially transitioned when she changed her name. True. Report also states that studies into puberty blockers showed, quote, no changes in gender dysphoria or body satisfaction. That seems like abjectly false. Puberty pausers are unlikely to alleviate gender dysphoria, as they're intended as a pause on puberty, not a correction to puberty. Oh, okay, so the mistake that they make is like, oh, the puberty blockers don't resolve gender dysphoria. Like, yeah, because all you're doing is taking the situation that you're already in and staying in it. Like, okay, it's not getting worse, but it's also not getting better. Report also states that, as a principle, quote, for some, the best outcome will be transition, whereas others may resolve their distress in other ways. However, in the detail of the report, the extension of children's ages to age 25, children's clinics to age 25 is recommended because it would, quote, remove the need for transition at a vulnerable time, which would seem to indicate that no surgeries or medical treatment would be available in those clinics until you're well into adulthood, which is counter to the legal principle of Fraser guidelines. There's no evidence which underpins the claim that those transitioning between ages 18 and 25 suffer any adverse effects, and this proposal falls outside the remit of the CAS review. What's up, Wendrick? Welcome to the website. What hair length constitutes a masculine or feminine hair length? 1 centimeter for men, 10 centimeters max? Where does it start? Where does it end? Yeah, like, Genuinely, if a young boy, let's say, is growing his hair out because he's like autistic and hates getting his hair cut. He's not even trans. But is there going to be an investigation opened into that family unit? Like, because there's suspicion that he's social transitioning? Like, I don't understand. Cass report also makes a lot of claims without evidence, stating that clinicians should apply the assessment framework developed by the review team, which should include screening for neurodevelopmental conditions, does not explain why the screening is necessary. Comments and assumptions around autism occur a number of times throughout the report. Again, the central aim is to help young people thrive. For the majority of young people, a medical pathway may not be the best way to achieve this. There is no evidence supplied to support this assertion. Report states that, quote, in the UK and internationally, it is now the norm for many children and young people to present to gender clinics having undergone full or partial social transition. There is no evidence supplied to support this assertion. To note this indicates that such behavior is a concern, despite the years-long waiting list. It's not clear why such behavior could be a concern. Also, isn't it like a requirement in a lot of places that you have to outwardly be existing as your gender before they will give you health care? Like, I think that is part of the process in the UK. I mean, it definitely is. It was part of the process under WPATH guidelines back in like the 80s that you have to identify, like, you have to be socially transitioned, like living as a woman before they'll give you estrogen. So, like, yeah, if there's a years-long waiting list, again, speaking to like full or partial social transition, like, okay, so yeah, while you're forcing these kids to wait for healthcare, their parents are letting them get a different haircut. Their parents are calling them by a new name. The parents are buying them new clothes. Like, they are trying to help the kid as much as they can in the interim, while you, the government, are forcing that kid to go through the body horror of their original puberty. Like, while you're denying them just healthcare. But yeah, noting that, indicating like it's a concern. It's a concern that they're, oh my God, you've already socially transitioned without permission from a doctor? Like, did you think I needed permission from a doctor to go by a new name? Like, literally, the amount of paternalistic, like, government overreach in this situation is astounding to me as an American. I don't know, is it as astounding for people in the UK? It states that, quote, those who had socially transitioned at an earlier age or prior to being seen in a clinic were more likely to proceed to a medical pathway. What? Oh my God, I'm about to drop some fucking really mean remarks. However, it also states, quote, the current evidence base suggests that children who present with gender incongruence at a young age are most likely to desist before puberty. So that's a contradiction, and no evidence is provided to support either statement. So on the one hand, oh yeah, these ones who are socially transitioning at a younger age are more likely to proceed to the medical pathway. But also, children who present with gender incongruence are gonna desist anyway. Like, no, I don't think so. Yeah, we're talking about the country that colonized Africa, true. Oh my God, let me take some water. Ugh. Drink some water, y'all. Refuel your throat before we rage more. Yeah, it's just a phase that lasted my entire life, I guess. I don't know what the problem is with things being phases. Okay? Like, why do you think it's a bad thing for people to experiment with their gender and then conclude that they are the gender that they were when they were born? Like, what would be wrong with identifying as a trans man for a few years and then identifying as non-binary? Like, what is the problem? Yeah, great choice between a government that absolutely does not care about people or children, or one that wants to control literally every aspect of your medical care. Yeah, true. Experimentation with gender leads to femboys, and that makes them scare-roused. Listen, I love being a femboy. It's my favorite. I get to have long, pretty hair and a weird voice that people really don't understand. And I get to wear strappy goth harnesses. Finster for the win. True. Okay. Furthermore, it states that, quote, the exponential change in referrals over a particularly short 5-year time frame is very much faster than would be expected for normal evolution of acceptance of a minority group. There is no evidence quoted which states any expected rate. Yeah, what is the expected rate? And the report does not make any note of the fact that numbers being referred have largely plateaued at around 2,500 a year ever since 2016-2017. Report states that, quote, some young adults have suggested that taking time to explore options is preferable. It is not clear how many expressed this view, nor how many expressed alternative views. The report consistently implies that there is comparability between these two groups, expressing regrets about treatment received, minimizing the consistent finding in research that this population is smaller than regret rates from many other common medical procedures. Data quoted in the report does reveal the low number of desisters/detransitioners. Yeah, so of the 3,000 patients that they looked at, fewer than 10 detransitioned, and only 2 of them did they speak to figure out why they detransed. Like, ooh, so it also is worth pointing out that the vast majority of patients at this clinic never medically transitioned as minors. So in total, it was 892 patients over a 4-year window. Like, a lot of these people were being seen at the clinic, maybe, but like had not been receiving any medication until they were on the adult stuff. Okay. Report states that, quote, over time there has been an increasing acceptance that people choose to detransition for many reasons. The term has been rebadged by some as retransitioned. What? There is no evidence to identify who is, quote, rebadging this, as trans people are very clear about the difference between detransition and retransition. Yeah, where are you? What planet are you on that, like, are we rebranding detransition as retransition? Like, no. There's a pretty clear understanding, I think, universally in the community. Anyone who speaks English, like, you transition the first time. You detransition if you return to identifying as your original gender, or if you just, like, stop taking your hormones and stuff because of, like, social issues and, like, a lack of acceptance. And then retransition is when you go identify as trans again. Like, it's pretty clear. I'm not really covering Poppy Xena stuff anymore. I mean, we talk about it occasionally, like, but I'm not really doing, like, in-depth coverage anymore. I'm not really trying to drama farm that whole thing. I believe that the video that I made about them was massively scathing, and that I don't think I need to say anything else in order to damage their reputation. Like, I think at this point they're doing more than enough to damage their own reputation, and anyone who is still a fan of theirs or following it, I'm not gonna reach them with covering an interview with Snowflake. Like, they think that Snowflake is a rapist, so, you know, that would not convince anyone who isn't already convinced. Also penalizing private practices. The NHS Constitution requires that the NHS investigates sourcing alternative private provision if the wait exceeds 18 weeks. There is no evidence that this actually happens in trans-related healthcare. So like I said before, there's like they're meant to be seen in 18 weeks, which is about 4 months. And if you don't have like a quick enough referral, then the NHS is supposed to investigate getting you that care privately. But apparently they don't do that for trans people. Such long waiting lists may be why, quote, it is now the norm for many children and young people to present to gender clinics having undergone full or partial social transition. Yeah, duh. The report recommends that those seeking private practice outside NHS standards should not necessarily be granted access to future NHS-related healthcare, NHS gender-related healthcare. NHS guidance clearly states, quote, "You're still entitled to free care if you choose to pay for additional private care." Wow. So the recommendation is a proposal to penalize young children who see private practitioners because of the deficiency in NHS offering. Puberty does not wait, certainly not for a few years, and can cause significant distress to trans young people. So in the US, we have this like do no harm kind of thing where if someone is already self-medicating, like if they're purchasing gray or black market hormones and they come to the doctor and say, "I've been doing this and I would like to get a real prescription now." Like, at least, Natalie Wynn, when she talked about it, she was like, "I was already doing DIY hormones. And when I went to get official hormones, they basically just gave them to me because it is safer to give me the medication than it is for me to be buying it online." So the NHS is doing the opposite of that. They're like, if you're seeking the care privately or illicitly, then we might not ever give you gender-related care on the NHS. Go fuck yourselves, apparently. That's true. Most people don't speak dragon. That's special for you all. There is no mention of the substantive effect that forcing children to go through unwanted puberty will have, although the section on puberty blockers states that, quote, "For transgender females, there is a benefit in stopping irreversible changes such as lower voice and facial hair." Other effects of not pausing puberty include trauma, stress of not fitting into social groups, unnecessary difficulties for trans women in particular fitting in, which obviously sometimes require additional surgeries. I do kind of wish that they were mentioned for trans men here. Like, if you grow breasts, you could have been put on puberty pausers and never grew breasts, but now you have to do a $10,000 surgery to get your breasts removed. Some surgeries, such as tracheal shave and Adam's apple reduction for trans women, are not covered by the NHS, meaning that the NHS is forcing trans girls to develop characteristics that it will then not help them remedy. So yeah, there's like lots of issues with this. There's a lot of concerns. There's a lot of assertions and a lot of like disregarding of evidence that is not preferable to them. Let me see what else I have on this. Make sure that I covered everything I meant to cover. Sometimes more than 10K. I know, I was just ballparking. Surgeries get more expensive over time as well. The fact there is no informed consent in the UK is part of the problem. Yeah, just wait for them to give you permission to take HRT. It might take a decade, though. Yeah, like, it's egregious in the UK system anyway that for adults, you have to tolerate a nurse asking you a bunch of really intense questions about how you masturbate in order to decide whether you get the medical care that you want. Like, and I'm sure that children get asked those questions too. Like teenagers, if they make it far enough in the process, it's like, what do you fantasize about when you masturbate? Like, you're disgusting. Like, the fact that that's part of the process is disgusting. And that's not an exaggeration either. Like, it is just part of the normal process of getting a gender dysphoria diagnosis that you have to reveal a bunch of personal information to some fucking cis person who doesn't know anything about being trans. Like, they don't go into the effects of, like, what happens to trans kids who really need trans care, but who can't get it. I'd be a smartass and say your mom. True. Yeah, they're gonna call us groomers while they're like putting a person in a position of authority over you to then ask you invasive sexual questions. Yeah, people just die waiting for this healthcare. Like, there have already been suicides of people who are just like on an indefinite waiting list. And that's not a waiting list for a hormones prescription. That's on a waiting list for a first appointment. And then, oh, they'll schedule you out for another appointment in 6 months, and then another appointment in 3 months, and then maybe they'll give you your goddamn health care. So you're on a 5-year waiting list, and then you get in, and they don't let you on the care immediately. They still make you answer a bunch of invasive questions and wait even longer. And then, oh, well, we want to, you have to live as your target gender for a period of time. So, okay, so you're expecting transgender women who have not had access to hormone therapy, basically looking like a man in a dress, to go socially live as their gender? Okay, well, are you giving them bathroom protections? Like, not really. One of the reasons for the long waiting list is because trans healthcare is understaffed. But you understand that that's a deliberate decision, right? Like, trans healthcare is being segregated because, again, if you're a cisgender woman and you're growing a mustache because you have PCOS, you can go and get testosterone blockers if you want them from your GP. Like, again, maybe you might get a referral to endocrinology because they need a blood test, but you can get that medication from your regular doctor. So you segregate out trans people and you send them like to a different healthcare, and then you remove. Dude, there is noise in the background right now that's making me want to scream. Like you keep those places understaffed. Like there's no staff. So you can just be like, okay, well, whatever. You'll get the care in like 3 years. Like, okay, well, you didn't have to segregate me out in the first place. Why doesn't my GP just give me testosterone blockers if I want them as a trans person? Okay, let me check and see if there's anything else here. Yeah, they'd literally be saving money. On a national healthcare system, the fewer clinics you have, hypothetically, the more money you would save. So you're paying the staff at a totally new clinic. You're paying for a brand new building to be built, or you're paying rent on a building, whatever. Like, if I go to my doctor and I request like gender identity services, and then they refer me to someone else, like, okay, if that could have been done in one appointment, you've now wasted the time of 2 different doctors and had to pay them for that. Okay, let me see. Apparently, there have been 4 inquests initiated over the last year for young trans people who died by suicide while waiting for gender dysphoria healthcare. So there are at least 4 inquests, at least 4 deaths that have resulted in an inquiry. Hey, Milena, what's up? We're just about finished with our segment on the cast review. 118 likes. Yo! Later, Divini, have fun. Oh, West Coast time. So I don't have a lot else to add on this in particular. Like, it's insane the quality of evidence that's being permitted to dictate how trans people access healthcare and what we're allowed to do with our lives. Like that literal social transition is being used as a scaremongering thing. It's so weird. I mean, it's not that weird. You know, the official position of the people running the NHS is that there should not be any trans people, and they just can't outright say that because it would be bad PR. So instead, they get to go, well, you know, we want to, the wait lists are so long. Let's go ahead and do a review. Even on the adult healthcare, let's do a review of how we handle this healthcare. Did you talk about the Labor Party and how they are also fully behind all this anti-trans stuff? I haven't specifically gone into it, but that is kind of the impression that I'm getting, is that neither of the two main parties, because you guys basically, you have the Tories and then you have Labor. Like, that's your two big guys. You have more parties than just the two, but those are your two big hitters. And all of the Labor government is also against trans healthcare. You know, at least in America, we have Democrats who will pretend to be in favor of trans healthcare. It doesn't seem like you even have any politicians willing to pretend, or not many, not enough to make a difference. One of those inquests was of a 17-year-old trans boy in the UK last week. It's fucking heartbreaking. Like, I don't even know what to say about that. Like, obviously, if you have like the idea that healthcare is available and then you keep dangling it, and like the person gets so close to reaching it and then you just like, oop, I'm gonna yank it further away now you have to keep walking to get close to the reward that you want. Yeah, of course people are gonna kill themselves. Like, how many times can you have the rug yanked out from under you before you're like, oh well, I give up? If you're 17 and you know that you're about to age off of the teens waiting list and you have to start all the way over with services that are projecting sometimes like 23-year-long wait list, depending on what province you live in, because the wait list is different depending on where you live, and you can only go to the gender identity clinic of where you live. Oh, and if you move to a new jurisdiction, you have to start over on their wait list. Thank you, Melina. Yeah, the Labor government's new motto is basically, we are exactly the same as the Conservatives. They are ghouls. Tragic country. Yeah. Wild. It doesn't seem like it's going to get any better anytime soon. So that's why people are like refugees from the UK, and that's why people are leaving the UK to come to America. It's like, America is not much better, but at least we have places where you can get informed consent healthcare. Maybe you won't be able to get it in your particular state, but there are places here in the US where you can get informed consent healthcare. Yeah, one of the reasons I moved to Scotland, and apparently that was not far enough. Nope, not far enough. Jiminy Christmas. Okay, I think I'm gonna stop talking about it now. Thank you, Milena, for the tier 1 sub gifted to Damn Girl. Quiet Mayo side, because serious talk. That was a long segment. Excuse me. Yeah, it's tough. Like, if you think you're getting close to getting the hormones and then it's yanked away, I'm glad that you have the emotional fortitude of a cockroach, Dizzy. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. Okay. $15 out of $100. Scotland should have seceded. Listen, there's still time for the great Irish reunification. Anyhoozle. Okay, let's drink some water. Ugh. Scotland should have seceded from the UK. Rowan says, we have tried. They are stopping us. Well, it sounds like it's time for some fucking blue face paint then, don't it? Skyland. Just Scotland and Ireland mashed together. Also, I am deeply aware of the historical inaccuracies of the movie Braveheart. You understood the joke though. That was the point. That is about Scotland, right? It's about Scotland. Throw in Wales and just call it Keltland. Ugh. What's up, Atreyu? We've just gone over some intensely bad news. I'm also well aware of the inaccuracies of Mel Gibson. Anachronisms in historical films are just time-based localizations. True. Skyland. Skyland is... How do you... Yeah, it's because they both end in "lend," Scotland and Ireland, so you have to, like, mix together the first two parts of it. And I think Skyland is the only way that it works. The UK just needs to be dissolved. It's the worst. Just call it Landland. Irotland, not quite as good. Being disabled means I can't really afford to move outside the UK, I don't think, which is bloody scary. Yeah. It's like, I don't really know what you do at that point. Like, you're not a member of the European Union anymore, right? So you can't just, like, move to France. If the UK was a slug, dissolving it would be easy. It's really salty. We just need to encourage climate change so that the tidal waves will start coming more often, and then it'll wash it all away with salt. Ireland, Scotland, and Wales are all pro-trans. At this point, trans people from the UK could just apply for asylum. I don't think that lacking access to medical care, according to most definitions of asylum, is going to qualify as, like, political persecution. Although, I know that some places are accepting, refugees for trans-related reasons. I'm not saying that it definitely should. I just don't think it does qualify. Like, so it's like, you know, if you are American and you're being actively persecuted for being trans, because there are safe haven states, you can't be accepted as an asylum refugee to Canada, because Canada's like, well, I don't give a shit. You can just hang out in Washington and be safe there. Yeah, I think that they would have to advance to, like, much more active political persecution, like V for Vendetta, stealing you from your home type shit, before most countries are gonna grant us asylum. And even then, they might pull a fucking the entire global West after fucking World War II. Like, the entire reason for the existence of Israel is that people like, you know, governments like America decided, oh, we don't want to accept any of these Jewish refugees, so that you need to put them somewhere else. Really should consider getting my passport updated. I know, I need to get my passport. I still haven't. There is some good news from Germany. In Germany, soon they're going to be able to change name and gender without, I'm assuming without paperwork is what you tried to, or is that a particular word that I don't know? Yes, passport is on my list of to-dos. Listen, if I get a spare $150, I might, like, get a tattoo. Because I just need to give myself something nice. Oh, paper trail. Oh, okay. Cool. That's nice. Yeah, let me get a tattoo across my forehead that says damaged. If I come to regret it, if you ever see me start wearing bangs, you'll know that I have some horrendous face tattoo that I regret. I agree, Wendrick. The fact that we end up having a discussion about passports in a discussion about medical access is illustrative of the horror of the situation, literally. People talking about immigrating to a different country. Elena, thank you. I appreciate it. That might not be an extra $150. We'll see. But like after we pay taxes, I'm gonna evaluate my financial situation and see if I can afford to give myself one nice thing. Thank you. Just blowing everything out of the water. That means that we can have a break for fun as I flex. It is time for me to flex, I know. The only reason I can see myself getting a face tattoo is if I ever have to get my face mole removed and then tattoo over it. Well, first of all, what's this hoodie that I'm wearing? It costs $35. There's other merch that doesn't cost as much money, but I think this might be one of the most expensive things that I have in my merch store, so hey, buy it. Buy one. There's also one with a zipper now, because y'all wanted one with a zipper. Ugh. Just tattoo an areola around it. Face boob. Yes, thank you. Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I didn't even understand how big my lats were until I started like trying to flex my back. I'm like, holy cow, my latissimus dorsi is so chunky. Muscle mommy. I know, and it is like a little bit of fat. Like, it's not entirely like, look, yeah, I have a little bit of loose skin and fat over there, but like, pops out. I know, I'm so swole. Where'd chat go? Come back, chat. Muscle covered in fat is the best kind because you know it's not just for show. Yeah, I honestly have like such strong abs, but I also have like like an extra 10 pounds of belly that I don't want to have right now. I'm gonna get back into cardio this week. I took off the week before last from cardio because my jaw hurt so bad, and then this week my back has been hurting. So, this is such a good color. I love this green color. It makes me feel like I'm down to business to defeat the Huns or something, you know? Excuse me. Yeah, it's like olive or like I've also seen it called like hunter green. It's called lateral thinking. True. Lux could still probably kick my ass. Listen, I don't have any desire to kick any ass. I don't really want to kick any ass. But I definitely will. I'm like, I don't relish the idea of going on walks alone and stuff like that, but I do feel confident that between the pepper spray I carry and everything else that there's a possibility that I will get seriously hurt, but I also feel pretty confident that I could seriously hurt somebody. You just kind of want to avoid it unless it's strictly necessary. Walking is amazing cardio. Getting back into weightlifting, yes. That's one good thing about the flexing as part of the reward is that I would love to encourage you all to do whatever form of movement or exercise is available to you. I was doing the recumbent bike for a long time to do cardio, but I'm going to do the elliptical hopefully this week. And maybe that'll get my back muscles working a little bit more so that my back doesn't hurt as much. it's crazy how when you hurt your back, you actually have to keep using the muscles, and it hurts worse the more you sit and lie down. I do the same thing, dizzy, sometimes, honestly. I try not to, though. Yes, hoodies are very good at obscuring gender if you are not super overweight. You're right, but also, I just want to lie on the couch. Listen, if you're over the age of 30, like I just turned 30, um, I fucked my back a few weeks ago and only just lately started working it out again. Yeah, do gentle, like, pelvic tilts and, like, gentle stretches. And then also, like, just ease back into it with, like, planks and bird dogs. Oh god, if my walls could speak, they'd be like, yo, Gayfesh says some fucked up shit to himself. Yeah, I don't say them out loud often. I find that lately, um, way more frequently than usual, I think to myself, KYS. But, like, in much more elaborate terms than that. Like, someone's, like, commenting some stupid shit on my... It's honestly not uncommon for me when I'm blocking people from commenting on my YouTube channel that some version of KYS is playing in my head as I block them permanently. So, yeah. I know, these hoodies are so comfy. I didn't know until I got one for myself, but they're so warm and they're like, they're so good. They're super, super comfy. And like, they're soft on the inside. Oh man, I like it a lot, actually. I got it to wear on stream, but sometimes I'll put it on like a couple hours beforehand. Yeah, true. Oh no. This block button ain't enough. I want him dead. Listen. So we got our main story for tonight. That was good. I do have like a couple other things that I would like to talk about. We just gotta determine the importance of their... Like, I also have a couple videos this week. Like, I have videos that are totally finished except for like the thumbnail. So I do have 2 videos ready for this week already. And then like... So we really only need one other segment, really. Maybe 1 or 2 other segments today. Life is too short to be nice to assholes in your own head. I feel that way. That is how I feel. Yes. Like, I'm not gonna try to... There are some times where I reserve, I'm like, my peace. I'm not gonna let my peace get disrupted by this person making me feel violently toward them. But that's why the block button. I have a momentary KYS feeling, and then I forget their existence forever. And it's so wonderful. I get to use the ADHD exploit of just forgetting anybody who's ever said anything mean to me. They just don't exist anymore. They might as well be dead to me. As someone who watches a lot of indie true crime podcasts, I'm often processing my principled stance against the death penalty. Like, I would not allow the state to kill you, but are there any good affordable binders? Anybody in the chat want to sound off on like what is a good binder that you've bought? Because I don't wear binders anymore. They're just uncomfortable and they don't really do anything for me. Like, I know that I look really small chested, but I have like, what is it? I actually don't, it might be bigger now than the last time I measured, but I have a size 32F. Like, it looks like I'm a member of the itty bitty titty committee, but that's only because I'm thin. Like, proportionally, my boobs are kind of huge. So the binder just doesn't really do a lot for me. And it's just uncomfortable. So I heard that there was like a downtick in quality at GC2B, because GC2B was the one that I used to pretty much always recommend. But I heard that their quality kind of has declined. Okay, we have a link. We have an Amazon link from Dizzy. So I'll just copy paste that into the YouTube chat if you all want to check that out. I can't speak to what quality they are. I know some people really like the ones that zip up instead of the ones that you pull over your head. Trans tape is pog. Trans tape you have to be careful with because the elastic can damage your skin, and also because the pulling of the chest tissue out of the way can damage the elasticity of your skin, which can change your surgical options. And also trans tape kind of only works for really tiny chested people, but you know, to each their own. It's fine. It's just like, make sure that you're aware of the risks kind of thing, you know? I'm trans femme and considering getting a binder now just to be less noticeable. Honey, it's gonna hurt. If you're trans femme and you're growing tits right now, honestly, it's gonna hurt like a bitch to wear a binder. I understand the impulse, though, to like protect yourself, you know? If band-aids cause scarring for you, I would be worried about any other adhesive. As a larger tested person, I use trans tape plus binder. Oh, I've never heard of that before. Ooh, did you all hear recently that Band-Aid, the company Band-Aid, has been, like, there's a lawsuit about their Band-Aids, like, putting forever chemicals into people's bodies? Like, the pad part that touches your wound has just been seeping forever chemicals. I don't think it's an issue with other brands, though. I can speak strongly to the quality of the one I linked, which works amazing for me. For the record, my measurements are 32.5 over bust and 31% under bust, with breath held in. Okay. Oh, are you like Hispanic, right, Dizzy? I was like, why are you so small? um oh, Irish. Okay. Like my measurement under bust is like 32 inches, kind of depending. Dun dun dun. Okay, we just have to decide what other stuff we're talking about today. Ooh, let me add that to my stream notes, the cast section. What is today? The 14th. Okay, 14th. So we did cast report. All right. What else? What else? What else? I'm tiny and full of murder. Usually the smallest person I know. Indeed. Mersh, are you okay? Just joking. Okay, what else do we have today? We're gonna choose 2 more topics today, I think. We've got trans female athletes are actually at a physical disadvantage. Now, I'm very interested in this article saying that trans women are at a disadvantage. Yeah, mama. It's so dry. The air conditioner has started working more. Because, you know, it's like 80 fucking degrees outside. Almost 90 degrees. And, yeah, the air is so dry. My nose is, like, killing me. Oh, and also I went outside and walked around a bit this morning, so... Allergies. Do you want to go on a field trip to Hot Topic? I don't have $80 for a pair of pants right now. Rip. Oh my god, Gayfesh, you gotta tell me how that goes. Twitter's just silenced me for my right-wing views because I asked Fetterman to hurry up and have another stroke. I am going to appeal with, quote, I have been silenced for my right-wing views. I've heard that that just works no matter what you got suspended for. So curious. It does not always work. Oh, I'm sure it doesn't always work. It's just a timeout, though, so if the appeal is denied, I'll just delete the tweet. It's all good. I have the screenshots. Is that actually a Fall Out Boy song? We could kiss in the Hot Topic under the moonlight? Or are you just writing what could be a Fall Out Boy song? That's why you have Chat coming with you? Oh, I see. So Chat and I are going on a field trip to Hot Topic, and part of the goal of that is, like, hashtag sugar chat. Y'all are gonna buy me $80 trip pants. I tried it like 5 times and it only worked when I copy-pasted the version someone else got their account unbanned with. You just gotta copy what other people are doing. Okay, so yeah, this trans women at a disadvantage, that's really interesting. I'd like to talk about that. Do I care enough about Riley Gaines? She goes around... Maybe I can mention this in the broader video about trans athletes. It's just not enough to talk about on its own. Excuse me. Excuse me. There are so many bots now. Like, my boobs in bio, like... absurd. There's so many. Oh man, the fucking hiccups. Okay. What's another story? Oh, I can't go in depth on this at all. I mean, I'm sure we can have a little discussion if you want, but I promised George Floyd's family that he wouldn't just become another hashtag, and I intend to keep that promise. June 6, 2020. April 11, 2024. Texas man yelled, "I can't breathe," before being killed in police custody. Body cam video shows. Like, oh, yep. I'm sure you really needed to do that. What's her face just lacks any substance worth commenting on? Yeah, I mean, she's a dumb fucking bimbo who is... I mean, she could have been a mediocre collegiate athlete, and instead she is a grifter. I got a Japanese language bot on Twitter recently who sent me X-rated DMs. Cute, but I blocked her. Hey, don't be rude to bimbos. True. Okay, you're right. That was unnecessary sideswipe at a group of people who I truly love. I adore the bimbos. The dumber and hotter you are, the better. Of course, being a grifter pays a lot more than being a 5th place swimmer. You go 5th place swimmer and you're like, oh shit, I'm not gonna be able to have a career in doing this. On behalf of the bimbo community, we accept your apology. I wish I was a thembo. I am too malicious to be a thembo. I actually think that I asked my partner about that a long time ago, and I was like, I'm not dumb enough to be a bimbo. Or whoever I was talking to was like, also, you're way too malicious. I can't remember who told me that. It was funny, though. She could have been a 4th place swimmer. No, she could have been tied for 4th place because she was tied for 5th place in the first place as well. I am a gremlin. Indeed, I am a gremlin. Yeah, I'm not dumb enough, and I'm not nice enough to be a bimbo or a thembo or anything. I'm smart, I promise. My brain is just fried from lithium. Listen, lithium is some scary shit. I do not envy anyone who's on lithium. It's not a good time. Yeah, hateful Thembo. I'm just mean. I'm dumb and hot, but mean. Hmm. I guess I would have to click through to see the detailed comments that Riley made as well. Super Bimbo. Bimbo with a vengeance. Bimbo 2. Bimb harder. Angry Bimbo. So trans female athletes at a disadvantage. That's one article I want to go over. Maybe I'll just... I don't really want to talk about most of the rest of this stuff, so maybe we'll just do that one. Ooh, I want to read this Daily Beast article. Okay. I figured out what two things we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about... we're going to read a Daily Beast article about... Oh man, are you going to make me turn off my ad blocker? You son of a bitch. I hate this. Nope. Whoa. I will maim you if you take my ground paperclip away. I found it on the ground. It is mine now. I think the methylphenidate is giving me night sweats, which makes me sad because I want my attention span to be longer than 5 seconds. If you get the short-acting one and you take it in the morning, it should be out of your system by nighttime. I'm on a short-acting methylphenidate. I mean, I haven't been taking it for like the last week because I was also prescribed muscle relaxers and I really didn't want to take 2 CNS meds at the same time. But yeah, I love Ritalin. It's so good. It's so good. My brain works so much better. Oh, I can't even read this Daily Beast article. Come on, Zinnia, why did you share this article if I can't even read it? Don't have the short-acting one. Boo. Obnoxious. But yeah, I would not want to be on an extended release methylphenidate because that means that I can't drink alcohol ever in the evenings. Zinnia Jones is not a transmedicalist. She did write the article that was like, like my dissociation was solved by starting hormone therapy, but I don't think that she is gatekeeping in that way at all. Or that like you have to be on hormones in order to be trans. I don't think so. I've known Zinnia for a very long time. I may be thinking of a different Zinnia, the one you were in that debate panel with. Wait, her name isn't Zinnia, it's Zonia. Zonia, and I hate her. She's the worst. I don't do booze, can't stand it, makes my sinuses hurt. No worries. Indeed, Zonia is awful. Didn't she recently team up with someone who's Zonia? I mean, she's a trans woman who sucks. Ooh, Milena, if you want to have a great time, if you want to have a good time, back in the day, I did a debate, and I did not expect it to be a 5v1 debate, but it ended up being a 5v1 debate. I can't even remember what the topic was. I think, oh, it was trans genocide. Like, are trans people experiencing a genocide? Of course I won. Are you kidding me? I fucking 1v5 bodied all those people. I destroyed in that debate. Absolutely, go watch it because it's very fun. Like if you watch my video, you do have to deal with me just like talking over when they like sometimes I'm muted on the stream like call, but you're able to hear me, so sometimes I'm just talking over them a little bit. Yeah. It's like yeah, I don't even know. Can I find the link to it? Yeah, Luxander destroys opposition in 1v5 Slaughterfest. Basically. Yeah, it's called Luxander Dominates 1v5 Debates. And it was hosted by this cis guy who I think is like one of the weakest people I've ever seen. So yeah, there you go. If you all want to watch this, it's 3 hours long. So for 3 hours, I held my position against 5 people. It was one of the dumbest things that's ever happened to me. Sansal? No, I don't think Sansal was in this one. Yes, it's Malcolm. And like part of why I don't really talk to Malcolm anymore is because he was a dick to me during this stream. We did end up talking more later, but I just ended up being like, wow, I don't like the way you handle disagreements. Love how nobody YouTubers can ruin my whole entire weekend. What? Someone ruined your whole weekend? What happened? Yeah, it's totally worth watching. I don't know if it would hold up and I would want to watch it again. Like, just because it's been a year now since that conversation happened. But, yeah, I mean, for the time, I was very proud. I don't really do debate stuff that often, so. Someone's been smearing Rainbow Passage. I'm sorry to hear that. I had a fight with a leftist YouTuber about the term transgenocide, and he banned me and said I was the worst person he's ever talked to. Of course. I generally don't think much of Malcolm. There's an irk about his approach to things that I can't put my finger on. Yeah, I mean, he's just not very kind. Like, he's like okay with being inflammatory and shitty to people for the sake of clicks, I think. I've not forgiven Malcolm for that time he treated me like a retard because he was mad that I called myself a retard. Yeah, he like was really talking down to people. He's a drama tuber. It's kind of his sphere to be a dick. Yeah. And like, you know what? That works for some people. But like I'm like trying to survive this situation and I don't think it's just not for me. It's just like I'm trying to like plan for the future and I want people around who are like nice people. It's not like, yeah, he's not a bad person. I'm not going to start shit talking him and hating on him or anything. I'm just not going to like refer people to his work. Had a recent conversation with a conservative friend that did not believe me when I told them what Rainbow Passage is and why it exists. I am not surprised, because the mainstream news is really not talking about the trans issue. Like, to the extent that they are, it's not really making it to people's... Okay, so it used to be when TV shows were like on and people didn't have a bunch of other stuff, like cable TV was how you got your entertainment, okay? You might be able to reach like 90% of American households by putting a TV show on at like that prime time 7 o'clock hour. But nowadays, with streaming and everything, any media that goes out, particularly on television, is going to struggle to reach even 10% of American households. So with the news as well, the news about bad stuff is competing with videos of cats and Reddit Am I the Asshole posts, like stuff that's way more entertaining. And, you know, if people aren't actively searching for trans related stuff, then that is not going to start filtering into their algorithm. I've started to see more of my friends' posts on Facebook lately, but it's like Facebook is my one social media that I use that is not political. I don't interact with political posts there. Like sometimes I share political posts, but like I'm going there to like scroll for dumb shit. Like I want to see videos of like cows' abscesses being popped. Don't know why I want to see that, but apparently I do. I'm like watching videos about people reading Am I the Asshole posts. Like, but lately Facebook has been serving me up more trans related or political content. And then I'm like, okay, I didn't really want to see this here. But people who aren't filtering that stuff in don't see any of that news. Even when I post about, oh, hey, great to know, like Kansas is about to, like it's my birthday and I just found out that Kansas is about to pass a super restrictive law about trans people or queer issues, you know, that stuff doesn't really get much engagement except from other people who are trans or have trans people in their lives. Yeah, mainstream news is mentioning us just enough to remind people to keep hating on us. They'll report on It's Ma'am, you know, It's Ma'am gets this huge viral video phenomenon. I'm like, okay, cool, great. I watch rug cleaning. I don't like to watch rug cleaning videos anymore once I realized that they were dirtying them up so that they could clean them. Like at first when the rug cleaning videos came out, it was normal, just normal stuff. But now that I'm watching them, like sometimes I'll see them and they're like dirty, dirty, filthy, completely black. And I'm like, there's no way. If several of these videos are coming up and they're all dirty black rugs, like they've been dirtied that way. That's not just happening. So it's kind of a bummer. It's it's like when you realize that a lot of the cum shots in porn are fake. And then it's like, well, that's less exciting now. You know what I mean? Honestly, more power to the It's Ma'am lady. She was having a day and she lost her cool and we have all been there. Yeah. I got my news, or I get my news from The Daily Show and Colbert. I guess Colbert has a night show still. He's not doing the Colbert Report, but he does still have like a thing. I love watching Don Oliver videos, but they're all downers. They're like, the most recent one was like executions. And I'm like, bro, I can't with this right now. I can't. I don't even know when I'm going to be able to can with this in the future, but I can't. No. Yeah, I know, the fake facials. It's so sad. It's no more depressing than a lot of streaming content. I know. I try to provide some levity. Are you gonna listen when you're watching your comedy shows, when you're watching your John Oliver and your Jon Stewart? Are you gonna get commentary about how the cum shots are fake? Hmm? 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 The It's Ma'am lady totally owns it too. She released an official rap based on it. That's pretty fucking cool. Hey, why do you think I'm here instead of there? Oh gosh. Yeah, welcome to Last Week Tonight, where we show you how the apocalypse actually started like 20 years ago and we've all been living through it. But also, here's a funny guy in a squirrel costume. Thank you, Milena. Who's RBJ? RBJ. Ruth Bader Johnson. I don't know. Bobby Broccoli is fun if you like long investigative journalism about how scientists get away with fake physics. I don't provide levity, I provide luxity. True. Riverboat Ginsburg. Riverboat Jack, though, is what you meant, probably, right? Riverboat Jack. Yeah, she's the best. I like her. I don't talk to her very much, but I think very positively of her. Okay, listen. So, House of the Dragon is going to start in June, okay? And I think this year I'm just gonna go ahead and get a Max subscription instead of like trying to borrow someone else's, unless somebody I know has a Max, whatever. But like I'm thinking about just getting a Max subscription, and I'll only have it for like 3 months, right? For as long as it takes for those 10 episodes to come out. What else am I gonna watch? Can I get some recommendations for what else to watch on HBO? Obviously, The Last of Us. Obviously. Let the Song of Ice and Fire end. Never. I think it's cool that, like, we're doing a prequel show so we know how everything is going to turn out. You know? But they're going to keep doing it. Peacemaker, okay? I don't know any... Oh, Our Flag Means Death. But it got canceled, right? LOTR Extended Editions. I have the Extended Edition DVDs. I need to, at some point, give them back to the person I'm borrowing them from. But, no. Just started the stream from the beginning. Practical archaeology is a really interesting subject. Looked for the website but couldn't find it. David, it was Modern History TV on YouTube. Wait. On YouTube. He's far behind, but I'm not going to leave him hanging. Okay, so Peacemaker. Oh, is The Boys on HBO? Where is The Boys at? Yes, Griffey. Hello. Okay, The Boys is on Amazon. Okay. Yeah, HBO has good stuff. Gentleman Jack. Ooh, I might finish watching Barry, because I watched Barry's first season, and it was good. It was difficult to watch, because it was very emotional, but I liked it a lot. The Wire. Yeah, Barry. Is Barry finished yet? Homelander is in The Boys. There's a show called Sort of, which is shockingly good. Okay, Barry is over. Okay, cool. Barry is done. There's a new season? Wait, no. Yeah, Song of Ice and Fire won't end when GRR dies. He's got so much material. He's got, like, these extra books. And, like, there's still the whole potential of doing an Egg and the Conqueror movie. Griff, we're just kind of in between topics right now. We're going to talk about serious topics again in a minute, but for the time being, I'm just kind of faffing about. And then we'll talk about, like, at least one more. Technically, I should do 2, but, okay, I cannot read this Daily Beast article that I want to read. So we'll do one more segment on trans women having a disadvantage in sports, and then it'll be done. I May Destroy You is excellent, but heavy subject content. Okay. Yeah, White Lotus. The Sopranos. Okay. Because I'm only going to have HBO for like 3 months. I'm going to cancel the subscription after. So I'm like, what else should I watch? Okay, I'm going to finish watching Barry because that was really good. I'll watch The Last of Us because I love Pedro Pascal. Adventure Time? I have access to Adventure Time. We have all the DVDs. I don't really care about Adventure Time, but my partner likes it, so it's like... I might watch it at some point, but also... It's the kind of thing that I don't want to have to pay attention to. Ooh, is Euphoria on HBO? Euphoria? Honestly, I love HBO for the lesser-known stuff they fund. The big ticket stuff is great, but there's a lot of wonderful representation that goes under the radar. There are nuanced takes on issues like SA and NB Life and queer love. Okay, Euphoria is on HBO. Okay, that's one that everybody says you need to watch because it's got trans people in it. Or at least one? One? One. Yeah, HBBBBBO. Home box office. Yeah, Hunter Schafer. Just wanted to let y'all know that me and my family are safe now. I ended the cycle. The woman who stabbed me and her gang are no longer a threat to us anymore, and I started going to the police academy. Well, I cannot support your decision to start attending the police academy, but I am glad that the situation has been resolved. Anybody who's missing the context on that, Griffey got stabbed by a woman in a homophobic hate crime in Tennessee, and then apparently she was a member of a gang who started, like, hounding Griffey's family members, which is crazy. There's a His Dark Materials series on HBO Max. I saw a similar channel with this guy who tries to recreate traditional North American tools. Oh, cool. Nice. So His Dark Materials. Home bisexual box. Hey! Milena is on a Mayo side mission with 2 gifted tier 1 subs to Griffey and Bobfather. No white names. No more white names. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Why did my microphone end up so far away? It just, why, like, literally my microphone was way over there. How did you even get over there? Twin Peaks as well? Okay, cool. Thank you for the recommendations, everybody. I'll start a list. I've got, like, I know for sure that I'm gonna watch The Last of Us. I know for sure that I'm gonna watch Barry. And some of these other ones I'm willing to check out. Killing Eve. I haven't heard of that one. Oh, What We Do in the Shadows I've heard is good. Okay, let's do one more segment. Peacemaker. Okay, Peacemaker. Of course The Last of Us is on Max, isn't it? What We Do in the Shadows is one of the funniest shows ever made, and it's unique. Did it get canceled badly as well? That's the tough thing, is, like, I don't want to watch a show that I know has been canceled badly. Lovecraft Country has a non-binary indigenous person in it, but not for very long, and that disappointed people. Yeah, it's like when I tried to watch The Witcher. You all made it seem like it was going to be gay, but it was so aggressively heterosexual. Like, if it had been less aggressively heterosexual, I'm like, these two people have no chemistry. Why are they having sex right now? Honestly, What We Do in the Shadows has 4 seasons so far, and that's plenty. It's got running threads, but is largely episodic. Cool. Nice. Good to know that there are more shows to watch. The network canceling My Name is Earl on that cliffhanger was dirty. Yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of Jason Lee. Like, he's just not a very convincing actor. So I didn't really watch any My Name is Earl. The only movie I've really seen with Jason Lee in it that I really will go back to rewatch is Mallrats. Oh, God. His Dark Materials books were so important to child me, I cannot ever watch an adaptation of them. I understand. The Witcher as a whole is not very gay. You're a fucking liar. It's not. It's so aggressively heterosexual. What's Mallrats as a movie? All I heard was, why are these people having sex? They have no chemistry. It's in The Witcher. What We Do in the Shadows, I think they've announced, is ending after season 6. Cool. Okay. Neat. Oh, the show. Okay, not the show, but the books and stuff. Yeah, of course. So maybe The Witcher was more gay off-screen. I can't do those Magic Eye posters either. Someone out here has seen Mallrats. Shout out, Ruan. A lot of people are calling things gay because the gay that they're used to is coded. Sure, fair enough. I think I saw Alvin and the Chipmunks once, but I was, like, too old for it at the time. Yeah, Mallrats is a classic. Peacemaker is canon, on screen, bisexual, no coding. Good to know. Well, I'm saying I was like a teenager when Alvin and the Chipmunks came out. Like I was a teenager. Wait, what year was it? Alvin and the Chipmunks movie release date. Yeah, it was 2007. I was in like middle school. So I was at that time I was like too old for a kids movie about a I was like not really familiar with the cartoon either. So it's like just didn't really do anything for me. Okay, we should do our final segment for the day. Okay? I'm gonna drink some more water, and then we're gonna start talking about trans women having a disadvantage in sports. Bum bum bum. Shock and surprise. Listen, I'm more into kids media now than I was when I was 13, okay? Can't we just talk about how pretty trans women are instead? Listen, if I did that, if I did a little stream segment about how beautiful trans women are, you know that as people would start calling me a chaser. Poppy would be here in an instant calling me a chaser. Fuck. It's kind of fun now that I've done the official segment about Poppy and Xena because it means that I can start cracking the jokes that I was deliberately not making for a long time. Ah! That's a joke about them calling Gayfesh a chaser. And it's also a joke about how Poppy is a chaser. Okay. Just had to explain it for everybody. Trans men and trans women are all cute to me. My the total span of women that I'm attracted to is wider than the total span of men that I'm attracted to. I generally like trans girls more than trans men as far as attractiveness points go. Legit, Poppy's entire MO is every time she meets a trans woman on Twitter, she's immediately trying to be sexual with them in DMs. Absolute chaser. True. I saw that so of course Stardust is a terrible human being, but recently Poppy replied to something that Blackheart Sora posted, and it was in that chaser realm of like, ooh, I'd like to imagine it off of you or something like that, the very chaser stuff. And Stardust quote tweeted it or whatever, like, oh, are you just right back to being a sex pest? And Poppy had some stupid ass defense, but it's like, yeah, Blackheart Sora is a sex worker. She posts sexual pictures and it like the point of it is to get exactly the kind of engagement that Poppy was giving, which is like chaser shit. I mean, literally, like it's chaser bait. I don't know what to tell you. Oh my god. Hmm. It's just I think the difference between now versus before when I was waiting to talk about Poppy and Xena is like I don't have to treat them like a serious problem anymore. I've already treated it like a very serious problem, and now I get to treat them like the joke that they actually are. It's quite nice. Chasing that bag. It's also a joke about our lives being made of suffering for several months. Yeah. I don't know what joke she defended from Has Been Hotel. I know that people like Has Been Hotel. Like, I know Milena likes Has Been Hotel, and because Poppy keeps posting pictures and gifs from it, I'm never gonna watch it. Like, I'm never gonna watch it. Still haven't seen it yet. Yep. Okay, let's talk about trans women. I feel like it's a little strange, I guess, that I keep talking about trans women's participation in sport, despite the fact that I am not a trans woman. But hey, I'm still non binary trans, and I want to talk about their issues. Like, I would never try to play on a women's team. I would also never try to play on a men's team. I might join a co ed team. I don't really do sports. But anyway, there's been a long conversation that's been quite frustrating about, ooh, trans women have this crazy advantage, and ooh, they are joining women's sports deliberately in order to win. It's an unfair, unsportsmanlike advantage. Like, ooh, they have greater bone density and bigger hearts, and they're taller, and blah, blah, blah. Like, there's a million different things that are asserted without really substantial evidence. Now, I have seen one study that concluded that testosterone did not make as big of a competitive difference as, for example, having like worse coaches and sports equipment and funding at a younger age. So like women's sports are underfunded and undervalued for like their entire lives, and that creates a lifetime difference in performance versus the boys getting like good coaches and good equipment. But we're actually seeing evidence now, and I have suspected this for a while, but we are looking at a study or an article about a study that is indicating that transgender women might actually have a disadvantage compared to cisgender women. So trans women versus non-trans women. And I've suspected this for a while because, you know, trans women are allowed to perform at the Olympics, but trans women don't win at the Olympics pretty much at all. I don't think trans women even place. They do participate, not a lot of them, but they do participate, but they don't win. So it's interesting, and I'm glad to see that there's some evidence actually on this now. Of course, this is not necessarily going to be persuasive to anybody who is already against trans people in sports, but like, hey, you keep saying that trans women have an advantage? Well, hey, guess what? Actually, research funded by the International Olympic Committee has found that in several key metrics, they're at a disadvantage compared to cisgender women. So we're looking at physically active transgender women, and they performed worse in certain cardiovascular tests. Okay, you know, they keep saying, oh, but your heart is bigger and the muscles are stronger because you're trans or whatever. But actually, in certain cardiovascular tests, trans women do worse. They also have less lower body strength than cisgender females. They found that, contrary to previous claims, transgender women's bone density was equivalent to cisgender females. Bone density is linked to muscle strength. So, hey, did you know that trans women, when they join these sports teams, are often required to have a lower blood level of testosterone than the average cis woman? Most cis women are not then having their blood tested and being forced to take drugs to reduce their testosterone. That does happen to certain intersex women, usually black women. But on the whole, it's not like every cis woman who participates is having their testosterone regulated, but every trans woman who participates has her testosterone regulated, and she is supposed to have less T than most cis women. And if testosterone is supposed to be a big defining factor, then any advantage that trans women would have had is going to be completely knocked out. You know, if cis women have higher T in the sporting world, if you're going to keep claiming that testosterone is this big advantage, then, well, trans women basically don't like, if you've had an orchidectomy, you don't produce your own testosterone, so you might have zero blood testosterone unless you start supplementing it. So, like, yeah, no wonder trans women rarely win these participations, these sports. Yeah, people do be acting like bones are just unchangeable rocks. Like, nope, they change with your lifespan. They change over time. If you have low T and a lowish dose of estrogen, your bone density is going to get screwed. You're going to develop osteoarthritis. This research paper has been published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine. It's the first research relating to the issue that the IOC has funded and is the first scientific study of, quote, athletes who have undergone gender-affirming hormone therapy. Yeah, okay, so you know how for years people have been telling me, oh, there's all this data showing that, trans women outperform cisgender women. Meanwhile, there has never been an Olympic-level study on this. Like, there has never been, at the highest level of sports, an actual study going into, okay, how much oxygen do you create? Like, how hard does your blood pump? How dense are your bones? This is the very first research being done on this at the Olympic level. And it immediately, the only, like, Olympic level evidence on this is showing that transgender women are at a disadvantage. Yeah, and of course, cisgender women are capable of outperforming cisgender men as well, because humans are barely sexually dimorphic, but whatever. The authors of this study, which included a member of the IOC's Medical and Scientific Commission, said that these results showed that sporting federations should caution against banning transgender women from the female category without further research into their individual sports. So we may conclude that in basketball or something, that there should be a gender difference, or maybe it should just be discriminated by height, whatever. So, but in general, unless there is compelling evidence in some individual sport that there is some unfair advantage, and like the thing is that it has to be I think it has to be an unfair advantage. It has to be an unsportsmanlike, unfair advantage. If you're just like, okay, well, some women are too tall. Okay, well, then create height differences. Oh, we don't like how dense these women's bones are. Well, first of all, this evidence shows that their bones are not that dense. But also, if you had a bone density problem, just measure everybody's bone density and then discriminate the teams based on that. It's just about wanting to discriminate trans women out of sports. It's about wanting to deny them recognition for being female. Yeah, it's noteworthy that this article is published in the Telegraph, because they do tend to publish anti-trans stuff. Numberland, welcome to the website. Thank you so much for joining us over here. Here's a quote from the paper. While longitudinal transitioning studies of transgender athletes are urgently needed, these results should caution against precautionary bans and sport eligibility exclusions that are not based on sport-specific or sport-relevant research. They've also added that the research could be used to inform policymaking at a time when several sports have excluded trans women from the female category, including athletics, swimming, and cycling, but on its own could not provide the basis for decisions. So they're just hedging their bets a little bit. They're just saying, hey, we understand that this one report might not be a convincing, overwhelming evidence to say, we should definitely always let trans women into the female category, but rather that this should stand as a caution going, hey, some of these beliefs about trans women's alleged excellence compared to cisgender women is not substantiated, not well substantiated, and sometimes directly counteracted. And of course, this is a relatively small sample size of 69 volunteers. Cohort comprised 19 transgender women, 20 cisgender women, 19 cisgender men, and 11 transgender men. Okay, so this compared metrics on all 4 of these groups of people. In order to qualify for the study, these people had to be taking part in a competitive sport or physical training at least 3 times a week. The trans volunteers needed to have undergone hormonal therapy for at least 1 year. None of these subjects were competing in national or international sport. Okay, so this was commissioned by the Olympics, but we're not studying people who are actually doing national or international sport. I'm curious if those differences are maintained at the highest levels of competition, but, it remains to be seen. It's good that there's research being done on this, because we know the facts. We know that trans women do not have an advantage. even if you study these things, and maybe even if it turns out that transgender women have a slightly higher performance in some cardiovascular test, that does not translate to an unfair advantage. Like, that, it does not necessarily mean that just because certain types of people, like, it's like if you took a study and looked at, the difference of performance with black people versus white people. Generally, there are some differences, but they're not big enough differences that we say, okay, well, we want white people to be able to actually win at track sometimes. Therefore, the black people need to be in their own area because black people are just too physically good at running. And so they keep winning all the running. I mean, literally, if you look at some of the highest levels of performance in sport, sometimes there are a lot of black individuals. And you could make an argument, like, it's a disingenuous argument, it's a bad argument, but if you're going to make the argument about trans people having some kind of fundamental unfair advantage and therefore needing to be segregated out, like, okay, but where are we drawing that line? We could draw that line anywhere. I got annoyed at Michael Phelps coming out against trans women in sports because of an unfair advantage. Yeah, you mean that freak with the extra wide arms had anything to say about an unfair advantage? Yeah, true, Dizzy. There's a difference between like estrogens are actually important to physical performance because people with more estrogens than androgens tend to have less overall strength, but they have quicker recovery time for their muscles, which means that women's endurance is better than men's on average. So, and while women might be able to lift less in a plateau of strength, but they can lift that maximum for many more repetitions and sets than a man could. It's like stamina versus outright strength. Women win in marathons more because they are better on some biological level. Minute difference. Slightly better able to, like, carry on the stamina for a long time. Yeah, the extra wide arms and mutation to not produce lactic acid. I didn't know about the second part of that. What's up, Sky? So these individuals were assessed across 3 categories, including cardiorespiratory fitness and strength and body competition. Researchers found that trans women performed worse than cis women in the counter movement jump that tests lower body strength. This involves jumping vertically with hands on the hips. Transgender women's average jump was, shorter than cis women's. Okay, cool. Cis women performed worse in an important test of lung function, which compares the subject's forced expiratory volume with their forced vital capacity. Trans women had a lower FEV1, which is this. So transgender women had a lower ratio of the breathing lung function. Because that's another thing that they say is like, oh, trans women are statistically taller or bigger and therefore they have bigger lungs. But this is showing that there's a significant difference which could adversely affect trans women's athletic performance with this breathing stuff. No meaningful difference between the two groups' hemoglobin profiles. That's another thing. People always say, oh, there's more hemoglobin in trans women, blah, blah, blah. Like, nope. Bone density, both of these are related to athletic performance, although previous studies of sedentary subjects found that transgender women performed better in both. Yeah, that's different when you're looking at athletes, though. Sedentary subjects are not representative of what is going on with athletes. Results further showed that trans women had a significantly higher percentage of fat mass, lower fat-free mass, and weaker hand grip strength than cisgender men. Okay, so comparing them to cisgender men, they perform worse, I guess. So yeah, these discrepancies should prevent anyone viewing trans women and men as synonymous when addressing the issue of gender inclusion. Quote, the profound message from this research needing to be heard loud and clear by all international federations in their assessment of the limited literature when determining their transgender policy is the requirement to treat trans women as very different to cis men. Like, hold on, who is this? Yeah, this is the guy who led the research. Okay, cool. So apparently trans women do have slight height and weight advantages, but again, if you have height and weight advantage and you find that that's a problem, just create height and weight classes. Wow, not hard. It's also interesting that a lot of the time, yeah, there's a 2 years of hormones requirement as a participation standard, but even at 1 year, we're showing that, you know, we're balancing out, we're getting even. Later, kitty, have fun. Part of the path of acceptance for black people in the West was the fact that they can do sports and being visible to the general public and developing goodwill as people you can admire. And of course, they want to deny that to trans people. They don't want trans people to be in positions that are admirable. So the fact that transgender women performed worse in several metrics shows that further research is needed before sporting federations decide whether to ban them from the female category. So many different groups are denying trans women entry, and a lot of it's not even physical advantage related. Like, oh, chess? Okay, so you're for real? Chess is gonna... You're gonna require me to, like, have a different league for chess? Okay. Throwing darts? Dancing? Like, okay. It's not about there being an unfair advantage. It's about wanting to discriminate trans people out of the population. So I just thought that that was an interesting study. I think it's interesting to look at. And, you know, if people keep complaining to me about needing data, like, they don't seem to feel like they need data to justify banning trans women from things. They seem like pretty thoroughly convinced that their gut feeling about trans women being the same as men is, and like men being overwhelmingly stronger than women, they kind of just believe that their feelings about that are facts. So it's kind of nice to be able to produce facts, even though, like, you know, they're the ones who are asserting something. They're the ones making an assertion, and they seem to have absolutely no qualms with making assertions without evidence. Like, I should be able to just dismiss their claim without evidence as well. Except that I do have evidence, and that evidence is that trans women are not overwhelmingly winning at these sports. And we've seen studies that show that funding makes a much bigger difference to performance. And now we have another study showing that, hey, even on all these individual things, okay, sure, they do have a height and weight advantage. On average. Higher weight, higher height. Okay, cool. Just create height and weight classes. They don't have more hemoglobin. They don't have denser bones. They don't have better lung function. Like, what else is there? I always got the impression the chess community is misogynistic, not gonna lie. I mean, that's one of the justifications that gets used now. You know, that the main chess leagues are co-ed, but women prefer not to perform in them because of the discrimination and, like, the particular, you know, misogyny. Like, okay, cool. I guess, like, personally, I would say that you need to just start disqualifying misogynistic players for being unsportsmanlike so that we don't have a necessity for there being a separate female league. But also, why do you think trans women want to be in the female league? If the trans women are also allowed to compete in the main league, maybe it's because they're also trying to avoid the misogyny of the co-ed league. What? But no. Trans women are people who are not deserving of protection, if they are even considered people by these folks. So, we'll see. Truly, if this situation were about facts, logic, and reason, we would not even be having this conversation. Like, yeah. What do you mean, Phoebe? The type of guy who is so obsessive that he's brilliant at chess tends to also be unwilling to question his misogyny. That's fine. He doesn't need to be willing to question his misogyny, but he needs to be permanently disqualified for unsportsmanlike behavior. Like, I don't know why this is so difficult. Literally, why is there a women's league if the primary league is co-ed? If the reason is misogynistic chess players, fucking kick them out. It's not hard. The sports thing is also a magnet for transphobes because they want to pretend it's the only problem trans women face. Like, we have everything else. We just want to bully our way into women's sports. Yeah. It's such a superficial thing. Like, if you're participating in sports, you already kind of are at a level of privilege. You know, you can afford to eat well enough to be able to perform in the sports. You can afford to take time off work to train. Or maybe you can afford the gym to train in. Like, it's such a distraction from the fact that the overwhelming majority of trans women do not get access to healthcare. The rate of sexual assault committed against trans women is higher per capita than the rate of sexual assault committed against cisgender women. There's homelessness, there's all kinds of whatever, like, to make it about sports as though, like, this is the only contentious issue that trans people are facing is, I mean, it's just wild. And it continues this view that being trans is a privileged thing, that you do it in order to gain advantage, or you do it in order to get away from misogyny or something. Yeah, for sure you see people saying, I don't have a problem with trans people, but sports. Like, I don't have a problem with them, but I do want to discriminate against them in one of the, like, globally understood, desirable positions. Like, the Olympics is about trying to bring together a bunch of different people from a bunch of different places and celebrate, like, the competition, like, celebrate the togetherness that you can bring through the competition of sports. And yeah, they want to bar trans people from that. Also, none of the people mad about trans people in sports even watch women's sports in the first place. Yeah. If they banned globally all trans women from participating in sports, they would just go back to ridiculing women's sports and not watching the WNBA. They don't care about it. Yeah, lots of people showing up just to boo Leah Thomas. They care so much about women's sports. Well, that's about it on that, I think, huh? Cast report. Trans women disadvantage. Getting that in my stream notes. Let's copy paste this link and put it in my notes. Bang, bang, boom. Cool. I feel like 2 segments is going to be enough to carry me through for the week on content on the channel, so... Honestly, the Olympics kind of suck, TBH. I mean, it used to be cooler. Now it's a super spreader event, so... Yeah, not to mention the financial and environmental harm. Yeah, they displace people, and it's all kinds of nonsense. The only people in this mud fight who actually give a shit about women's sports for real are losers who want to have 5th place all to themselves. Did she tie with Leah? I thought, like, I don't even know if she was in the same race as Leah. I don't know. Like, did she tie 5th place with Leah? Indeed, I am content about that volume of content. Well, do we have any, do we want to shoot the shit for a minute on anything, or... Oh, she did tie with Leah, okay. It was not an Olympic event. It was a college swimming meet, to be clear, Wendrick. Leah Thomas and Riley Gaines, like, Riley Gaines is the cisgender woman who's complaining about Leah all the time. They were in college swimming. So sure, 5th place in college swimming. Okay, yeah, she's not like bad at swimming, but she's just not like, she's not a world-class swimmer. Yeah, don't want to create more FIFA stadiums in the world. They were trying to build a new Royals stadium or something in Kansas City. Like, you have to ban her because she made me share my ribbon. Yeah, of course, complaining about Leah Thomas is a payday for Riley at this point. Well, oh, I just want to comment really quick. Like, so Anna Kasparian and the Young Turks, they put out this video titled "Liberal School District Implodes After Culture War Fiasco," and I'm like, um, yeah, I hate liberals, and I still know better than to title my videos like this. Like, if someone was stumbling on the Young Turks and they didn't know that they are still in, like, ostensibly, like, liberals, they would assume that this is, like, a far-right video, I think. I didn't see the thumbnail, but based on the title, for sure. How do you feel about Missouri being pronounced like misery? I mean, I think it's amusing, but I grew up, like, in Kansas City, Kansas, so I kind of like to make fun of Missouri. There's some beef between Kansas City and Kansas City, Missouri. Any hoozle. There's some dumb stuff going on in the world. Yikes with spikes, indeed. Yeah, I don't know who is TYT's audience at this point. They're trying to take their, like, neoliberal audience and drag it further to the right with them. Sad Missourian noises. Listen, it's not your fault from being from one of the worst states in the Union. Yeah, who likes TYT anymore? I don't know. You know how it's kind of hard to tell sometimes if a channel is performing well or if people are just hate watching it at this point? Okay, well, y'all, I'm ready to shift off and maybe eat something and rest my voice for a while. So I appreciate y'all joining me. Thank you so much for hanging out and liking and donating and all that nonsense. And I'm gonna see you on Wednesday, as far as I know. So be good, or at least don't get in trouble. Okay?